Hi everyone, my name's Kim and this is my cozy little corner of the world, and we are going to paint something beautiful today, or we're going to try. We're going to try to start one anyway. So last week we did a whole bunch of little things actually the last couple weeks. So I'm just going to show real quick. This was one little one. This was a series of 3. And I didn't quite get to finish these, but I did do a little bit more on them yesterday, in terms of just painting the white background, which sounds really boring, right? But it's necessary because I put 3 to 6 coats of white on my background. I've only started, so what I do initially is just trim them out with a small brush a couple times, and then I come back and I go ahead and put the rest on. So I'm going to set those aside, but we're aiming for high realism today again. And so we're going to start a butter pecan. And that was a request from the community. One of the wonderful people who stops in here now and again has requested a butter pecan ice cream cone. So we're going to try to do that. And I'm going to start a little bit different than I have in the past. A little bit more similar, I guess, to when I did these little ones, which we did last week too. These little studies that were just little blobs of frosting, and we were trying to get them to look as realistic as we could. So when I did those, if you remember, if you were here, I started with one base color over the whole thing. So one blue base on this, one pink base on this, and then we gradually added highlights and shadows to those. So we're sort of going to do that for the butter pecan. And I don't always do it this way. Sometimes I start with just a monochromatic underpainting, and you could totally do that as well. I guess I wanted to do this because sometimes I just change up my process a little bit, and it kind of depends on what I'm feeling when I look at the ice cream. And so for this one today, hey Digits, welcome. How are you today? Thank you so much for stopping in. I really appreciate it. We're going to start a butter pecan today, Digits. So I hope that you'll hang out for a little bit and just see how we do that. So instead of going in and starting with a monochromatic underpainting and finding all my little shapes, when I look at my reference image, which I took yesterday, I look at it and I think, again, it's kind of changes, right? Changes for every painting that I do, just a little bit anyway. But I look at it and think, okay, it would probably be a lot easier for me if I had a base color on both the ice cream and the cone and then worked from there, sort of like we did on those little ones of the frosting blobs. So that's what we're going to try to do. So I've mixed up 2 colors here. Again, I put these in these little containers. These are little condiment containers. And I put my paint mixes in these, and then I store them in a Ziploc bag, and they will last for me for quite a while. But they work well for this purpose, which is, I want to just have this nice base color that I put over everything. So what I'm going to do is I did use heavy body paints, which is what I typically use here on my palette. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scoop a little bit of this out with the back of my brush. I'm not going to use my brush side. I'm going to use the back of my brush just because that's a little bit cleaner. And I'm going to put it right onto my wet paper towel. So I'm not actually putting it onto, I just realized this is a little bit off. There we go. I'm not actually putting it directly onto my palette. I am putting it onto my paper towel because if you remember before, I mentioned that if you use your wet paper towel, and this is just like 3 individual paper towels, the small Selecta size, that are rolled together, and then I wet them and wring them out. And so it keeps my paint wet all day. But again, only if you use heavy body acrylics. You don't want to use liquids on there. So I used that when I mixed these base colors up. I don't know yet, here's the trick, I don't know yet if this is the right color though. So we're just gonna give this a shot on a little bit of this. And again, I'm just gonna try to put a base color down over my whole ice cream first. We're gonna let that dry, and then we'll come back to it once it's dry, and then we'll start putting in sort of a monochromatic underpainting. So again, I'm kind of reversing the process, but it depends to me on how I perceive the image. So I look at the image here and that's what I think that I need to do. So that's what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to take a slightly larger brush. I'm going to put a little bit of on my palette. And then I'm going to add a little bit of medium to it. So let's just see over here. So I think that will give me a nice warm base that sort of matches. It's not the whole thing, right? But it matches, like I can see, you know, kind of this area, this area, this area. So I'm happy with that. I think that that will be okay. And if it's not okay, you know what? That's not the end of the world either. Sometimes people will ask me, how do you know? How do you know what color to start with? And I just say that just start with something. If you start with something, then it will give you a direction for everything else. So if I just start with a base color that I think is, you know, somewhere in the ballpark of where I want to be, and then I come in and start, you know, working from that, it is so much easier than if I try to start with a white surface and try to figure everything out. So you know, it's like if I look at this as I go, and I'm just putting on like sort of a thin coat because I want to be able to see some of my pencil marks under here to be able to tell, you know, my details, but I'm trying to cover up the bulk of them. I don't want them to be peeking out too much. But so much easier for me to look at this and say, okay, this is a nice warm base on this. Now I know that I need to bring up my highlights, which will be so much easier once I have something that's, you know, kind of this warm, kind of almost darkish tone. And then I can go in with my shadows as well and refine those. But again, so much easier than starting with white. So some people actually will tone their entire surface with a particular color of paint. So there's a painter who's really well known, and I love his stuff, and his name is Robert C. Jackson. So you should go Google Robert C. Jackson. But I believe at least at one point he was toning, I think he still does this, toning his entire painting, and he's an oil painter, so that's a little bit different obviously, but he was toning his entire surface, like the whole thing from edge to edge, with yellow, with a really bright yellow actually. And so that lets that color just sort of peek through just a little bit. I saw an artist recently who tones all of her boards with pink, with hot pink. And so you can choose, you know, depending on what you're trying to accomplish with your paintings, and what you think will look best, you can choose what color you want to tone your panel with. Or if you just want to do like I do, which is to go in and kind of put a base coat down occasionally. Again, I don't do it all the time like this, but put a base coat down and just see if that helps you to get a better handle on where you should go from there. So I'm just putting this little drip down here, which is wonderful. I always like to include the little drips in my ice cream paintings. I think they give them so much more personality than just a plain cone. I do occasionally do a plain cone that doesn't have any drips, but most of the time that's just like true to life, because I take my own photos and things just start melting pretty shortly after I start. So for this particular one, like I said, this was a request from the community, from one of our followers here, to do a butter pecan. And so I did take photos of this yesterday morning and sorted through a whole bunch of them. I only did take one cone though. Usually I take 2 or 3, but I did like this cone. So I sort of liked the way this one came out. I thought that, you know, one tricky thing with painting the ice cream, and this might sound really silly, but you know, I've painted a lot of ice cream, so I kind of know at this point, at least for me, is that, you know, somebody will say, well, I'd like it to be XYZ flavor, right? And that sounds great, except for sometimes XYZ flavor doesn't show up well when it's like photographed or illustrated, because there's not enough chunky bits or you know, colorful bits. So You know, you could tell me you want me to paint banana flavor ice cream, but what's that really going to mean? Because for the most part, there's not really bananas in banana flavor ice cream. Hi, Cupie. How are you? Welcome. I shipped out your painting, Cupie. Who eats the ice cream afterwards? I usually, Digits. I usually throw it away. I did eat this one. I didn't eat the cone, but I did eat some of the ice cream. So it was really good. It was Haagen-Dazs. I wasn't going to waste the Haagen-Dazs. So good question. But most of the time I do throw it away. Sometimes actually if I think that the ice cream has not melted significantly enough, because most of the ice cream I keep in my freezer is for my art, I'll just scoop it back into the container and put it back in the freezer and just reuse it a couple times. So, but good question. So yes, so Cupie, I put your print in the mail, so I hope that you get it soon. And if there are any issues, please let me know, because I'll be honest, I told my husband yesterday I was more nervous to send you the little print more than like shipping out anything else that I've done recently, because that's right, Cupie, reduce, reuse, recycle. That's what we do with our ice cream, especially if I don't want to be like, you know, humongous. So I can't do that. But yes, Cupie, I was nervous to send you your little print because I told my husband, you're like a celebrity in here because you're so nice all the time and very kind and such a little networker for everybody. I think that you're just very kind and supportive to so many people on Twitch. So we are all very grateful for your kindness. And yes, so anyway, so I hope you get it. I hope you get it, and I put a little extra something in there for you too. And if there are any issues, then please let me know. So thank you so much. And yeah, so we're doing this a little bit different. I mentioned earlier, we're gonna try. I've mixed up these two base colors. We're gonna try to just put those down first, just to give me some kind of a gauge on direction. Aw, you're so sweet, Cupie. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It's very kind and very supportive. And I don't know, I always get a little bit nervous when I come on here, but y'all are so nice that it makes it much easier for me. So thank you for that. So yeah, so I like I said, I don't always do it in this particular way, but sometimes I just look at a painting or a reference image, and then I'm like, you know what, I'm gonna do it a little bit differently this time because it's gonna make my life easier. And so in this particular case, you know, one thing we talked about with putting kind of like a warm base down before you start to go in and put the other colors is it gives you a nice range for creating your highlights in particular for white ice cream, right? White or, you know, kind of off-white ice cream. Very, very hard to do that from scratch. And so I know if I put this down, even if the color is not quite right, that I can build up some layers on top of it that will help me to gradually get to a sense of form with those very light final layers, so that I don't have to, I don't know, again, I always think that it's amazing to watch people who can do that, who can put one layer of paint down and just blend it straight across their panel. Very, very, yeah, whites are very hard for you. It's not the easiest thing to do. You'd think it would be easy, but it's really not, Cupie. So yeah, so this experiment may or may not work exactly as I think, but I don't panic over it because I've done this enough to know that it will at least give me some sense of direction. So, you know, that's a hard thing for me to explain exactly what I mean by that, except that, again, I have room to build up my highlights. I have room to build up my shadows. I have room to adjust my colors. It's much easier to adjust a color from another color rather than to adjust it from white. That's what I think anyway. Again, maybe I'm a little different. Maybe this is a little backwards, but I find that is much easier for me. So again, I mentioned if you get a chance, the painter of the day, we should do this every time, right? I give you a painter of the day to go look up is Robert C. Jackson. And so often what he does is he paints a lot of balloon dogs. So you might be familiar with the artist Jeff Koons, who did a bunch of sculptures of balloon dogs. Those are quite famous, but yeah, you like the idea of a painter of the day. Okay, we'll stick with that then for a while, at least as far as my memory holds out for me, QP. But yeah, Robert C. Jackson. And so he paints a lot of, you could call his paintings anthropomorphic. Should we have a vocabulary word of the day too? Anthropomorphic, which is where you kind of imbue qualities of life into an inanimate object. And so that is what most of his paintings have to do with. But a lot of them are very colorful balloon dogs. So definitely a painter worth a few minutes of Googling to see his work. But again, I mentioned him today because he starts, or at least at the time that I was familiar with his work, because he's one of those artists that I interviewed for the magazine years ago, that he put a base color down that is a really bright yellow. And then he worked from that. And again, he's an oil painter, so my process is obviously a little bit different just generally, but in terms of building, layers and structure, that part of it is, kind of similar, I suppose. But yeah, I have never given myself the time, and I should, to experiment more with putting down like one tone across my whole panel and then working up from there. Part of that is, I work with my white backgrounds, so I guess I'm sort of doing that here, but I haven't really given myself like a chance to experiment with, putting down really bright colors and then just seeing, not even things that are like the dominant color in a painting, but just something that you kind of want to peek out from behind everything else. So again, I just think it's much, much easier to work when you have something down. Your partner does low voltage work like TVs and security cams and stuff. They did a job at a house. She actually had one of the balloon dog statues. Seriously? Like a Jeff Koons balloon dog statue? Ooh, that's expensive. That is expensive. Yeah, that's pretty cool though. That is pretty cool. There's lots of, I don't know. Again, when I say, my time working at the magazine was really good for me. And, I tried to follow art outside of that and before that a little bit, but just the opportunity to get to see lots of different art. Yes, isn't that insane? They were there to mount art for her and said her whole house was like a museum. Is that right? That is so cool. That is so cool. So amazing, because you see these things sometimes in maybe on websites or in magazines or even art history books, and you think, well, they have to belong to someone, and a lot of times they belong, of course, in museums and so forth, but it's pretty neat when you figure out that they belong to an actual person. So they have to belong somewhere. So that is very, very cool. I'd be curious what else she had in there. I know there was a couple people who have collected my stuff, and I found out later like other pieces that are in their collection. I'm like, holy moly. My pieces are in somebody's house that has, and I don't want to name what they are, but like this very famous painter on something else or somewhere else in there. So, that's a pretty cool thing to know. Cool little feeling. I I believe I did have one piece, and I didn't keep track of it years ago. That was actually purchased by a museum, and it was sold through my gallery, and I think it went to some museum somewhere. But I'm sure it just went into storage somewhere. But anyway, just that's, I guess, the dream is to get stuff purchased by that, get acquired by museums and so forth someday. She gifted him an illustration for me because he told her that I love art. It's a toothbrush and toothpaste floss by, I don't know how to say that artist's name, but cool. It says 444 of 1900 on it in pencil, and in pencil it looks. That's really neat. That is really neat. And that was very generous of her to do that, just because she found out that you liked art. Very, very cool. All right, so we're almost done with this, and then we're gonna let that dry, and then I'm actually gonna do the same thing down here to the cone. And then hopefully by the time I'm done with the cone, we'll cross our fingers, then this part will be dry enough for me to come in and start applying a few details in here so I can start to figure this out. So I was saying earlier, that sometimes you say a flavor of ice cream because I painted lots of ice cream, and there's not much to go on with that flavor, because ice cream, even though the taste of it, right, is what you remember, the visuals of it aren't always there. So this is butter pecan, and so what I did was I actually bought some extra pecans, and so he meets some characters. You definitely have to have some disposable income to get a lot of work done by them and have it be worth it. They see the coolest houses. That is really neat. That is really, really neat that he has an opportunity to do that. Very, very cool, Cupie. So I actually bought some extra pecans for this so that I could sort of stage my cone. When I scooped it, I did try to get some of these in here, that were, pretty evident, so that it would be somewhat clear what this particular cone was. But you really do get into some tricky flavors that somebody, in their mind, they think it's gonna, look really cool and really amazing, and you do kind of have to ramp up the evidence of whatever the flavor is to be able to get that to come across. And that's, sometimes that's just it. I will say doing commissions can be very, very tricky. I've learned over the years to be very, very clear when I do commissions. And what I usually end up doing is, and this was probably, I haven't done commissions for a while because I took a break from it, but what I would usually do toward the end was to actually, you bought extras, that makes sense. Yeah, I did. I bought extras of the pecans. I do the same thing with like cookies or something, if it's like cookies and cream or, something like that. Mint chocolate chip is another one. I buy extra chocolate so that it can go in, because it usually doesn't seem very clear actually what it is. And mint chocolate chip is another one where I have to really go in with like my Photoshop before I start to paint anything, because the green very rarely looks green. So you definitely have to adjust. But what I do typically do for clients now, or at least the last few years that I've done, is I will actually have several edited photos, reference photos, and just let them choose which one they like best, so that they can see almost exactly what the painting will look like, or at least be based on roughly. And I try to get fairly close to my photos, rather than just saying I'm going to paint you know, a cookies and cream for you and them not liking, you know, a particular aspect of the design. It's something simple, you know, like maybe they want 2 scoops instead of 1 scoop. Maybe they like it with drips, maybe they don't like it with drips. So there's all those little things. And so with commissions, I find that the easiest thing is just to be extremely, extremely clear and ultimately to let them choose. Choose which image they really, really want. I'm gonna just scoop some of this out, which is the color that I made for my cone. And I just wanted this to be a warm base as well. And so I make sure I seal that up. Don't leave your lids off if you mix up paint like this, because it will dry out too fast, really, really fast actually, because again, it's the wet paper towel that's keeping my paint wet for me all day. If I just left this lid off, it would be completely dry, like within a couple hours. So I don't want to do that. So I'm just gonna see if this color is correct. If it's not correct, then I will tweak it. And when I mix my colors, again, everybody does this a different way. Do you do all of your mixing with brushes? Oh, see, I was just gonna say that, Cupie. So no, I don't actually mix my colors with the brush side. I mix them with this side. So I scoop them off of, I typically will scoop them off of my palette. You can see the palette's a little bit messy this morning. And that is because I literally put out these colors. These are the only 5 that I know I'm gonna be using today in this painting. And so I scoop them out and I mix them with the back of the brush. So, well, it's not double-ended. It's just the hard point. So I don't mix them with the brush side. I mix them with the hard side. I don't want to mix them with the brush side because it makes a mess. So that's just me. Other people might have a different way. You could certainly use a palette knife or something like that if you wanted to. I try not to waste paint. And so since I'm mixing such small quantities, since I'm mixing such small quantities, this is just an easier method for me. If I was mixing a whole big thing of paint, then yeah, probably a palette knife would be a lot easier. But since it's just a small amount, I don't bother with that. So I think that's not terrible, but it's probably needs to be it's a little too hot for what I'm looking for here. So I'll just show you here. I'm gonna take this part that I actually scooped off. I'm just gonna scoop it back in and put it back into my cup as best I can. And then I'm gonna take a little bit of my blue with the back of this brush and just mix it in like that. So, and I just try to mix it as thoroughly as I can. You know, it will inevitably, no matter what you use to mix it, unless you really, really grind in there, I guess, with a palette knife. But no matter what you use, it will be a little bit streaky. So you just try to avoid that as best you can. I kind of thinking it like when I'm mixing a cake, where I make sure I keep scraping the sides a little bit. I'm just gonna put a little bit more blue in there. And I just want it to be, you know, this isn't a terrible color that's on there. It's not terrible for this base color, but I just want it to be a little bit, just a little bit duller, a little bit darker, because I want to give myself room, again, to come in and do my highlights and stuff. And again, of course, I work in layers. One thing is, you know, I said I hate to waste paint. So I'm scraping this off. I'll show this. Scraping this off into my little cup. And then what I do is I can either take a paper towel or I can just come right down here on this wet palette that I have and just kind of twist the brush to get this excess paint off of it from having done that mixture. That's why it's a lot easier for me to do that than to mix it with the brush side, because the brush side I would really have to bother with cleaning. If I just twist it onto my wet paper towel, then on this hard side, then it's fine. You thought you were going up against the paint gods using the hard end of your brush. Those stupid rules I make up myself, or you make yourself follow. I understand. I totally understand. So I'm just gonna scoop a little bit of this out again, and I'm gonna put the lid back on. So you always wanna put the lid back on, and we'll just see if this is a little bit better. It looks a little bit darker, which is probably okay for me. And so I'm just gonna put a little bit of my paint medium in here and just see. And yeah, I think this will work just a little bit better. And so I'm just gonna go ahead and put down again, just a very rough layer of paint that's solid across this, and it will give me room. It gives me a nice warm bottom, but it gives bottom layer here, but it gives me room to work. So room to work with the highlights and the shadows and so forth. And I'll be able to, you know, if I add a little bit of medium to this, I can still see kind of all of these little pencil lines in here. So again, if you're struggling to figure out what colors to use, just start by putting something down. Just put something down and it will tell you, does this need to be, it will tell you, you know, what you need to adjust. So if I look at this, I can see this color within this, but I can also see all of the other colors that are going to go on top of this. So it's a nice warm base, but I can see areas where I'm going to make it, you know, brighter, where I'm going to make it darker, where I'm going to make it a different color entirely. And so yeah, just put something down, something to get yourself going. And it also, you know, again, I try sometimes when I paint to see, you know, I want to make it easier on myself, and I want to feel encouraged. And that might sound a little silly, but I want to do something in my painting that makes me feel encouraged to take the next step in my painting, rather than discouraged because I think I'm falling behind. And so I will, so I like seeing something, even at this early stage, that makes me feel like, okay, I've made some little bit of progress, and I can go in here and adjust until I get it right. But I've made some kind of progress. It's really, really frustrating. And again, I say this because, you know, I'm mostly a self-taught painter, right? Mostly a self-taught painter. And there were a lot of so-called rules that really made me feel like I was failing very often. And because I just could not get them to work for me. And so it took me a really long time to figure out there is no person looking over my shoulder right now, except you guys now. But there's no person looking over my shoulders. I need to just be able to make up my own rules. So again, I very much adhere to the way that, you know, that structurally I need to paint with my acrylic, but I definitely try to not be haunted by the rules that I feel like other people made up at some point that might work for traditional painters, but it doesn't work for me. So I achieve, by the end of my paintings, really high degrees of realism. I make them very structurally sound, and I make them so that I think that they're more beautiful, and this is just my hubris, I suppose, but I think that they're more beautiful than if I had just, you know, painted in a traditional sense in the end. And so I have made peace with that. I've made peace that I paint differently from other people, and I try to think of it as an advantage to me, and something unique to me, rather than being perpetually disappointed in myself that I don't paint like other people. So yeah, you know, that's why I say in here, I don't consider myself an art teacher. I'm happy to share what I do. And if y'all, can find something that is useful for you, if you're painters or if you like to draw or whatever, if there's something that I say that's of interest to you, then by all means, please adapt it and, take what you will. And if there's parts that you think, it's maybe interesting, we'll take the polite side. It's maybe interesting that she does it that way, but that way's not for me. That is totally fine too, because there's a phrase that I like that can be applicable to many things. But it says there are many ways up the mountain. So that's a phrase that I really like, just in terms of life, but I think it's very applicable to art. There's many ways up the mountain. You love to see paintings from the beginning. I'm so glad, Mal. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're here today. Yeah, because they're very rough, right? This doesn't look very magical right now. So, but yeah, there's lots of different ways to achieve an end result. And again, it depends on what your goals are. So like I said, I like when my pieces, when they come together, if you see them in person in particular, you can see all the layers of paint as opposed to it just being one flat blended layer. You can see all of my layers of paint peeking through. I think that's very unique to me. And so, yeah, a lot of people will get here and give up. Oh, what do you mean they give up? We'll get here. Oh, you mean to get like to this point of a painting and give up? Oh, well, that's, if anything, I hope that I help that. I hope that I help people realize you shouldn't do that. I'm not sure if I understood that correctly though. But yeah, I mean, I guess that's, I hope that it helps. How about I just say this? I hope that it helps if I show my very strange process, because you'll know that you can start here and get here, right? So I started that the same way, the same way, roughly. I did a little bit different, obviously, but this one looks really, really realistic at this point and starts sort of like this. So yes, it is good, probably, Mount, to see things at the very beginning and to just remember that you just have to keep going. And like I've said, let me just read Cupie's. I do that all the time. It's true. I give up way too early because your brain gets overstimulated and I can't keep going. Hey, you know what? I understand, Cupie. And I think that the closest, similarity that I had semi-recently, and I've mentioned it in here before, is that giant fudge ripple cone, which you can go see on my website, that was 5 feet tall. And it was so overwhelming to me that it took me 2 years to paint. So I would come in and I'd paint on it for maybe a day or two, and then I would stop for months. And I don't typically work that way. Again, I try to be really productive. The 5 foot cone, yeah, it was daunting. It was daunting. And I will say, for that one too, I could not, it might look like I know what I'm doing, and I try really hard. I do. And at this point I have a lot of things that I can recognize in my process to know, what I'm supposed to do. But when I painted that cone, it was so overwhelming to me that, it was upsetting. It was upsetting because I could not figure out how to finish it. And I have said this before, I always like the idea of challenging yourself to do something new, push yourself in a new direction, and, experiment a little bit. And I think it's necessary for artists to do that so we don't stagnate in our abilities. And when I did those cookie paintings last year, when I really buckled down and had to try to imply, because they were trompe-l'oeil, they were very, very complicated. And that experience was the only thing that enabled me to come back to that final stage of the monster cone and be able to finish it. It was the painting skill that I acquired during that time. Seeing you go from this to the end product really is so inspiring and has definitely reminded me to trust the process. I am so glad. I am so glad because if nothing else, I guess that's what my hope is for anybody who's an artist out there that's watching, or, you know, even if you just like watching the process of art, you know, it's very, like, I guess it's, so I liked watching Bob Ross, right? Everybody likes Bob Ross to some degree. And, but it was like, for a long time, I will say, it was very discouraging to me to be like, to look at someone, or even, you know, people who would post process videos online, and I would see them just, you know, start on one side and go, and it just, you know, comes together right across. And I'm like, man, I am never going to do that. So I must suck, right? I'm just never going to be able to accomplish it in that way. And so it was disheartening to see that. And then, you know, again, I had this other complication with, I said before, my schooling. So because my college classes were very much trying to, I'm going to have to share some of my paintings and drawings from my classes in college. They were very much trying to, I will try to explain this as best I can. They had this thing that they tried to get everybody to do. They called point to point. Yes, I will have to show that, Cupid. Maybe later this week, I'll try to show some of those, just so you can see. They had this thing they were trying to get us to do called point to point. And so what they meant by that, what they were trying to get you to do, was to see basically positive and negative shapes. But it had been developed by people who were, I will say, very good artists in their own right, but the system was developed for the way that they did art and not the way that I ever wanted to do art. And so what we would do is we'd have to very aggressively stand there at our easels, standing up, arms straight. They did it to the point where I believe that they actually taped someone's arm straight using a ruler at one point. You had to go with your arms straight, and you'd have to draw like this, and just make marks all over. And they would all be connected to each other, and it would have this very rough, terrible look. And I understand what they were trying to do. I do. I understand. But it set me back. It set me back bad. It was not the way that I wanted to work. And I thought that everything just looked very, it's like, let me make a comparison. I don't watch a whole lot of sports, but I did watch baseball, and I did watch some college basketball this year. And there was one college basketball player who, and maybe this is a bad comparison to make, but he was unable to make foul shots because he had learned to stand the wrong way. And so that is how he had been trained, I guess, or how he had grown up. He was making foul shots in the wrong stance. Very hard to transition from that to a proper stance for foul shots. And that might work in sports. Maybe he had to be able to transition to that, to be able to make that work consistently. But in art, I feel like that's what they were trying to do to me. They were saying, what you do is wrong. We're going to show you the right way to do it. And I couldn't adapt to that. So again, and it wasn't to say even that my way was right, but it doesn't make their way right either. And so I had to keep searching for the ways to get my art to be better over the long term. So yeah, I will show my art from college sometime. And, you know, like I said, it's not, I understand why they did it. I try to see the positives from it. I try to think of some of the positives that I got out of it. But there were also a lot of negatives. And I think sometimes that teachers of any kind, it's one reason why I don't claim to be a teacher. Teachers of any kind have too much, they're too cocky for their own good, right? So sometimes teachers are too cocky for their own good, and they will tell you there is only one way to do something, and that is wrong, It's wrong for anything. So in art, you have to find your own path. You have to find a thing that's going to work for you. And and so you can do something in a completely different way from traditional painting and get to something like this, even if you start like this. So that's what we're going to do. That's what we're gonna do here. Anyway, thanks, Cupie. I appreciate that. All right, my rant is done for today. Let's go ahead in here. This feels like it's all dry, so that means that I can go ahead and work. So I'm still gonna go in and try to do what's called a monochromatic underpainting for this. I'm just starting on these base colors, and that's gonna make it a little bit easier for me. But I'm gonna use my straight brown over here, which is burnt umber. And I'm gonna do that at first, and I'm just gonna go in and identify some of the nuts, and I might add a little bit of darker blue to my mix, and maybe even use some of this base color that I already mixed up to try to go in and do my shadows. So, right, like I said, I do everything a little bit differently from painting to painting. I don't always structure things exactly the same, so I kind of look at the painting and I'm like, what is it that would work best for me this time around? And again, I'm a rebel, so I do not do things in the traditional sense. I'm okay with that. That's the piece that I've had to make with that I am and just a little different. But you know, like I said, I used to feel, for a lot of different things, I used to feel shamed into thinking that I wasn't a good artist because I couldn't do things the way that people said I was supposed to, and that was wrong. It was just wrong. So so I'm gonna go in here, and hopefully I don't shout into this little, because this camera that's on my panel picks up my voice, and I'm hoping I don't shout at you. So if I shout, please let me know. And I'm sorry ahead of time. Anyway, that's one reason why, you know, again, my husband's like, he encouraged me to do this, to come onto Twitch, and I'm pretty new here. So if you're first time here, please feel free to follow me, because I like to get more followers. It makes me feel good. It brightens my day. But anyway, my husband encouraged me to do this because he's like, you're doing this anyway, so why not just show people what you do? And you know, you're charming, he says anyway. So so people can come in and watch, and they can chat with you. But part of it is too, you know, I really try to think about what I felt like 10 or 12 years ago, and what a struggle I had to be able to learn how to paint on my own. And again, try to get past that sort of, I don't even know if this is a real term, and so I have no idea if other people struggle with this or not, but like artistic shame, I don't know what else to call it, artistic shame in how I did things. And so I'm very proud, actually, of the way that I paint. I think that my paintings, in the end, I've seen enough other paintings in real life to know that my paintings are special, that there's something very special about them in the end, in the way that I paint them, that I would not have been able to ever achieve if I wasn't a persistent little bugger. I just went out and did my own research to figure things out, and to keep pushing myself and practicing to figure out the best ways to do things. So I also, you know, I find that very interesting. Like I have found that I enjoy being here on Twitch. Again, I'm happy to share my thoughts and my process with y'all. Every now and then I will venture onto another platform just to mostly see, I post on social media for my work occasionally, and I need to get better with that. But I will venture onto like YouTube and just read comments on some other people's videos. And man, people are like entrenched in their ideals of how to make art, or just a lot of things. And I get it. I understand that, you know, you have often put a lot of time and effort, and, you know, you have these ideals, but I just am of the mindset that I think, like I said, I like the phrase, there's many ways up the mountain. I like to learn the basics, and then I like to break the rules. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. So I don't like people who are, I don't know the individuals, I don't like philosophies that are so entrenched that they're unwilling to bend. So that's just me. But you know, it's like to the point where, and I realize people can be very blunt when they're typing things sometimes, but some people write comments that like have no tolerance for any other position in how to paint something, or how to draw something, or how to run your studio, or whatever. And I just don't agree with that. So I am who I am. I think I do okay that way, to be who I am. And I appreciate anybody who comes in and is willing to put up with me. So thank you. So I feel like if I just go through now and I kind of put in, I'm mostly going to put in the nut shapes first, I think. And then maybe a few little shadow areas. But what I'll probably do is mostly do the nuts and then go down to the cone and then flip back up here. That's probably going to be the easiest thing for me. So this is a little bit tricky over here because I want to make sure that I'm not getting lost, and so I don't have a ton of marks over here. I try not to draw like too graphic of lines. I kind of just want indicators, partly because this will all get covered up, but partly also because like a lot of these are very soft areas, right? Like this is a little nut here, but he's kind of buried in the ice cream, and so it's a little bit softer. And so I don't want like big, if I was illustrating this, that would be different. If I wanted very graphic lines around, then that would be very different. But I just want kind of a gauge of where these shapes are, and then I'm going to go in and refine them after that. I can remember actually on a few occasions, you know, just the way that I'm painting now, this, you know, doing these little marks, again, I understand it, but I can remember being like, what do I want to say? A little bit bullied by some of my professors and be like, what are you painting like this? Just all these little marks. Like, who would do that? So, you know, let me do it the way I'm going to do it. And, you know, you can tell me your philosophy, and that's fine. But there are other choices. So. And again, it depends on what you're trying to accomplish, right? So I want to accomplish a very high degree of very detailed realism. Sorry, that's going to require tiny brush strokes to figure out all these shapes. So I do have to say though, let's switch to something more positive. That was my rant for the day. So I apologize. I did actually, it's quite beautiful out today up here. And I got to go out to my garden, and I have found that I have one little zucchini growing, that I have several little cucumbers growing, which was a surprise. I didn't think that they'd grow in my yard. That I have hundreds of little cherry tomatoes out there that are near ready, and lots of green beans. And I do think that I might even get my corn stalks and my green peppers to produce. So that is actually a really nice surprise. That really cheered me up this morning to see that, because I have said before, I kind of have a very dark backyard. In theory, it doesn't have enough sunshine to grow anything, but I am somehow positioning everything to just get the bare minimum and make it work. So I'm very pleased to see that. It is very nice. And just for anybody else who's ever struggling to start a garden, I will tell you one little thing. Sometime I'll share more if anybody's interested. But one little thing that I've learned that I had messed up last year when I did this is I thought I was being smart. I got one of those little nets, like insect nets, to stop pests from coming in. And that will work for certain things. But what I was doing was blocking too much sun. I was blocking too much sun for my little dark yard, and that was part of the reason why stuff wouldn't grow. So this year I did not use it, and I'm having much more success. So lesson learned. I feel like this is good to just get, again, these are just the nuts. Just get these rough shapes. Again, when I'm trying to find like this shape, so I'm going to look for my positive, my negative shapes. I'm going to look for where things line up. So if I look at this image over here, I'm going to turn my hand so you can see. This lines up almost directly with kind of this nut up here, but not all the way to the edge. You really don't want things that are going to line up exactly perpendicular or exactly, on the same, exactly parallel line. So if you can see, it's just not how nature works. So this little piece is actually right about here. So it's like 2/3 of the way into this nut, down this line, and right here. And so, yeah, so you just want to, again, I always say I use the term landmarks. You want to try to find landmarks that are going to be helpful for you to identify where your objects should go. And if I was to make this just a tiny bit longer toward the right here, it wouldn't look right. It wouldn't look right because that's not how nature lines up. Everything's going to be usually a little bit off from each other. So all right. And we are going to do a little bit on the shadows with this color, just right in here, just because it's a very similar-ish color. First, I'm going to go ahead and do this little nut in here. And I want to make sure, again, this is a complicated shape, so I want to make sure I know what I'm doing. And it's better if you don't know, or if you're not quite sure, to just go in with a little bit of paint, like a very light glaze. So that's what I'm going to do right now. because it will keep the paint wet longer, and it will allow me to fix it rather than overcommitting to it right away. So that's always a bad thing, I guess, for me anyway, is if I overcommit to something. Before I am really, really sure about what I am doing. So I can see this little line here is this little line right here. And again, I just want to just get an idea. It can be a little bit rough still, but I just need an idea of where these things are going to go. And this in particular, if you can see, this area has a lot of like ice cream on top of the nuts. So I'm not super worried about showing that right now. Mostly I want to show the shape of the nut as it's under there. And then I will go back in and I will layer the ice cream over top of it at some point. And that's just going to be a lot easier for me than trying to go in and detail this way too prematurely. So this is just to identify these kind of base shapes that are peeking through. All right, so let's go ahead and take a little bit more down here. I'm gonna go right along. Well, first I'm gonna put these in. I was gonna say I'm gonna go right along the edge of the cone here as we make that transition. But first I'm just gonna go right in here. It's a little piece right there, a little piece right here. Most of this will get painted over at some point. But this is just for me to have these base shapes identified, sort of like a drawing for myself that I'm going to essentially cover up. But I want to have everything in place at this point, because as I put those layers on top, since I'm using the glazing method, you will be able to still see, even if I paint over it, these are dark enough that I'll be able to see them as the layers go. So I want to make sure and see, I can see that I did not do this correct. So what I actually have here is there's this swoop, and this should actually come up here, right in here. So I'm going to go ahead and just draw that in with my brush. And this should go right here. Again, this is why it's good to not like overcommit to anything a little too soon before you're exactly sure, particularly where all of your shapes should go. So now what I can do is I can go ahead and take my color that I used on my cone and go back and correct this. So this should actually be like right about there. And then this should be a little line indicating my cone. So it's okay to make those corrections. And again, much better to do it at this stage. And you know, again, I always liken this stage to a drawing. So this is like a color drawing, if that makes sense for me. And I'm gonna go ahead and just fix this. This is like a color drawing. I'm just gonna work out all of my shapes first. And you know, their rough placement, pretty accurate placement, but for me it's considered rough since I'm very detailed in the end. And much easier than trying to go in and just work in one layer from left to right. Again, just for me, everybody's different, right? Everybody works differently, but for me that is just too daunting to do it that way. So I work in a way that works best for my brain, and that's going to differ for everybody. So got a little swoop there. That's okay. All right. So I think that I'm going to go ahead and turn this on its side just so it gets me a little bit more access to some of these places, and again helps me to see things a little bit more clearly. So I'm going to go in again with this brown color and try to identify a few of these places that I may have missed. I can tell this is this shape right here. So I'm just going to go in and put a few little marks in here that indicate that there's a nut hiding under a pecan, hiding underneath this little bit of ice cream here. Again, I'm going to take just a very thin bit of glaze and go into a few of these shadow areas, just again treating this more like a drawing. So I'm going to go right in here. I can see this shape right here. And I could mix up a color right now if I wanted to, and try to go straight into them. But I'm just trying to simplify it for myself. So if I consider this a drawing on top of these two base coats, then one color, just this brown, is going to work best, or this brown is going to work best for me, rather than going in right now with a whole bunch of color choices. And Willow's here. Hi, Willow. This is your request for butter pecan. So we're working on that today, Obnoxious Diva. Welcome. I hope that you had a good weekend. So I did promise, though. Promised. And it was a good suggestion, too, because like I said, I never worked on a butter pecan before. Going good so far? Good. I'm glad. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. It's always good to start something new and try something a little bit different. So I photographed this butter pecan yesterday, and we're just gonna chug on through today and see how far we can get. So it's a challenging piece, you know? They're all a little bit challenging in their own way. Yeah, for butter pecan. So, but I did buy extra pecans, and I finally got my sugar cones. That was part of my delay, is that my grocery store was out of sugar cones. I don't know why there was a run on sugar cones, but there was. All right. So again, I'm only kind of going into these heavier kind of glowing shadows here, and you'll see how I make them glow a little bit later on, because I do want to make them glow much like they're showing here with these yellowy, kind of warm yellow red areas. And so just for anybody who's editing photos, if you know, I'm sure most of you, if you're artists, and you may not be, but for those of you who are artists, if you're editing photos, I edit mine in a little bit on my phone, and I edit them a lot in Adobe, or excuse me, Photoshop Elements, Adobe Photoshop Elements. So I'm so glad, Willow. Yeah, we'll give it a shot and see, right? Give it a shot. I promise it'll look like ice cream. So I do give that promise in the end. But one thing that I did, I just want to point out, and this seems like a silly thing, but again, I try to share what I do. If you have a photo, so like for me, when I take my photos, I take a whole bunch, I edit them down, and I go ahead and put the white background on them because I want to see what they're going to look like, because it's actually very difficult, I've mentioned before, to paint on a white background. So sometimes that's very challenging to make something look dimensional when the background is white, because when you have darker backgrounds, they're much more forgiving. But one thing that I found too that really helps me is just to mess around with a few different tools in Photoshop Elements before I give my final photo reference the okay. And one of those things is the shadows and highlights. So if you go to the shadows and highlights section, I usually remove some of the shadow that was in my original photo, and that tends to make things look a lot more bright and cheerful for me than some of the dulled down photos that maybe I used to work from years ago. So it doesn't even have to be that much, just enough to change things out just a little bit and make things, again, because I really try to make my paintings very happy. I want them to be very happy looking, and so that means that they must, in the end, look very kind of bright and cheerful, as opposed to very dark and gloomy. And believe it or not, it is possible to paint ice cream that looks dark and gloomy, but it is not an ideal, I don't think, anyway. But again, I would just say, you know, just I try to get my photo reference to look pretty good, and pretty close to what I want, you know, most of my image to look like, rather than try to come back in and change it, because that is just more work for my brain, and I don't want to have to do that. But again, I'm not doing this like photorealistically, because I painted all these layers, so it's more like the feeling of the photo. And then again, we just go from something like that to something like this. So very realistic, starts out like this. So hoping, crossing my fingers, that we can do that this week for this one. I think we can. I'm gonna go ahead and flip this upside down. When I start to identify all these really complicated shapes, it is much easier for me to see things from a new perspective, so that again, I'm not distracted by the idea that somehow I have to make something look like ice cream. I'm painting abstract shapes that will come together and in the end, hopefully look like ice cream. That's the goal. But yeah, sometimes that can be overwhelming to try to do it all straight on. So I'm just going to take some of this base color that we already mixed up, and I'm going to add some blue and some brown to it. And what I'm trying to do is get just a first pass on some of my shadow areas over here. So that will be, again, I try to do whatever I need to do to feel encouraged to move on in my painting. And I feel like if I look at this, that will help me to feel like I have a little bit more of a gauge overall of what's going on here and where I need to go. So I'm just gonna go in here, kind of draw along some of these. Again, I think of this part of my painting as a drawing almost. It's quite heavy shadows on this side. And again, this won't be the final layer for these, but it's a good initial base for me. And again, if I try to soften these edges just a little bit or clean them up, I just do it with a little bit of acrylic medium on a clean brush. So, and a dry brush. So I don't want to have lots of water on there, and I don't want there to be any paint, obviously. So, hi. This is somebody else that's chatting for the first time. I'm gonna mispronounce this, but number 23. Hi, how are you? Welcome. Nice of you to stop in. Tell me how to pronounce your name. There's my welcome from Cupie. Norsham? Is that right? Norsham? Well, welcome in, Norsham. And correct me again if I'm incorrect still in saying that. Are you a painter? You usually do this thing where you let the streamer's pronunciation before I reveal it, but I'll be nice. I appreciate that because I'm new and I struggle with pronunciation sometimes. So I appreciate you cutting me some slack there. Thanks very much. Are you a painter or an artist or an art lover? Or just a person who's mildly interested in the arts? Not a painter. I used to draw celebrities with a pen back in the day, though. Hey, that's cool. Very, very nice. Does writing count as art? That's what you currently do. Actually, absolutely. So I have a wonderful assortment of artists who come in here and hang out, as well as musicians, composers, and now writers. So yes, definitely an art form. Definitely an art form. What kind of things do you write? Norsham. I'm going to say the name right. I was horrible at drawing, though. I remember drawing Michael Jackson and Ice Cube. Hey, that's cool. I'm sure that you probably were not as horrible as you remember, and but that's okay. You know, if you enjoyed it, that's all right. But what do you write nowadays? You love Michael Jackson and Ice Cube. I mentioned in here on several occasions, my husband worked at Disney for 20 years. And he actually met Michael Jackson twice, I believe. And so for Christmas last year, I actually got him an autograph picture, which I think is real. I'm really hoping that it's real and that I was not scammed. I think it's real. But anyway, yeah. So he met him twice. Once when he was coming into Fantasyland to ride the Peter Pan ride. So yeah. And you write screenplays, also terrible at it. I am sure that that's not true. So I'm sure you're being humble, but very cool. Welcome in. And you have a friend who met him too, is that right? I know that on one occasion, when my husband met him, he was all in, he would come like dressed in like a big veil so that people didn't know who he was, but who else is walking around in a big veil? And then on the other occasion, like I said, I believe he was with his kids, and it was in Fantasyland. And my husband said there was just like a mob there. He would tell the story much better, but I believe it was just a mob, and lots of people like asking for photographs and taking pictures and so forth. Lots of security, all that kind of stuff. But he said that Michael Jackson was very nice, actually, way before you were born. Well, that's okay. Anyway, he said that he was very nice, so that was nice. Also said I believe that he didn't seem like he was actually in a rush to get away from the people. He didn't seem to mind that he was there signing autographs. We actually found video one time on YouTube of that particular day, although I could not find my husband in the crowd, but there is video of one particular day when he did visit that was the one that he was there helping with. So it's funny what you find. There's actually a video of me working at Disney when I was young too, somewhere out there that I found one time. It was just by accident. So what kind of screenplays do you write, if you're open to sharing? I'm just going to thin this down a little bit. I wish I'm famous yet. I'm currently writing my first screenplay, actually. It's a horror miniseries. Nice. Very, very nice. So when you say a mini-series, you mean episodic, right? Like you want it to be episodic. I'm currently, I was reading the comment again. That is very cool. I will be honest, I'm not much for the horror genre, but there are certain things that I really have enjoyed historically. So it has to be a very specific, I guess I'm not into like slasher type things, but like horror things I can do well with if it's, if it's well written. I'm a big fan of episodic, only 4 episodes. Neat. I actually really enjoyed, I think the last horror thing that I actually watched there was a series, I think it was on one of the streaming networks called From, and it's set in the year 1980. Neat. That's neat. I think From was the last horror type series that I watched. That was way back when Michael dropped his Off the Wall album. Is that how you gauge time? Is that the Michael Jackson calendar? Everything is in relevance to when Michael Jackson dropped particular albums. I prefer Angry Michael. The later years myself. But my husband likes all Michael. So you love him though. Yeah, my husband likes all Michael. I really like Angry Michael from later years. I like the yeah. I'm not gonna make myself sound silly by trying to name. I'm terrible at naming songs. Angry Michael, you saw him go angry at paparazzi. I've never seen that. Just the angry songs. I did actually see for the first time what was it? There is a channel, I think, on YouTube where they stream Michael Jackson videos like 24 hours a day. Oh, did I miss another person? Cupie, you noticed. Gamer J, welcome Gamer J. I'm sorry if I missed your comment. Let's see here. Hi, I'm so glad Cupie's here to draw my attention. So welcome Gamer J, very much. Yeah, so there's like a state, and Cop is here. Hi Cop, it's nice to see you. Welcome in again. Nice to see you back. We're starting something new, Cop. We're starting a butter pecan. So we're at the very early stages. And Gamer J, please feel free to introduce yourself and share if you are, well, obviously a gamer. If you're also, if you have a channel, if you're an artist of any kind, or just an art lover. So I feel tired all the time just trying to survive. It was after he was found. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, no, he got real angry. He got real angry about that, Norsham. I understand that. All right, so I'm just trying to find my basic shapes. I'm gonna go ahead and turn this just because I want to see a little bit different. A little bit of a different perspective again. And that helps me. I just wish I had more power to change things, you know, like life, like the world. Welcome to the world, Gamer J. So, I think that's, I understand. What games do you play, Gamer J? So I'm just going to go through and try to mostly play retro. Nice. I have very proudly touted that I just a few years ago completed Zelda, the first Zelda, all by myself. So I don't have a lot of retro games under my belt. I mean, stuff that I played back in the day, I guess. But I do have a little bit of experience. My husband plays some retro games, though. And we did get the in the little what is it called? The little remake of the Intellivision. Have you played all of the other Zelda games? No, but he has. He's played all of them except for the last two. So the last two big ones, Norsham. So yeah. So my husband is a big Zelda guy, and so he wanted to see if I could be challenged to complete at least the first Zelda. He's still trying to talk me into doing the other ones. And I don't have a lot of time to do that, but maybe someday. You're more of a GTA guy? I used to like Burnout. I never really liked Grand Theft Auto, but I did like the Burnout racing games. So your favorite game is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Gamer J. Nice. It changed your music spectrum, got you to branch out a lot. Oh, well, that's nice. Very, very nice. All right, so I just want to go in here and try to find some of these shapes again so I don't lose my place. Yeah, I will say I've watched my husband play most of his Zelda games at some point, so I am vaguely familiar. with a lot of them. But playing and watching is two totally different things. So I much prefer just to watch him play rather than me play them myself. So Norsham is excited for the new GTA game. Okay. Oh, okay, Gamer J. Understood. And Norsham too. How about that? Understood. Well, welcome to you both. You don't have a console or a gaming computer. Oh no. It's been 13 years. Oh, for context, I didn't realize it was that long. Is that right, QP? 13 years since the last GTA game? Really? Wow. You were 10? Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Honest to God, I did not remember that it was that long. Because my husband was really into games a long time ago, currently job hunting. Yeah, I understand, Gamer J. Because my husband was so into games when we were younger, and we would play some with each other. You were a baby, Norsham. We used to actually watch. There was a channel that was called G4, and they had lots of video game programs on there. And they tried to bring it back a few years ago, I believe, and it didn't work out anymore. It was just a different market. But there was a show that was on there, I remember, and this is back in like the early 2000s and late 90s, I guess. And there were so many like big budget games coming out at that time that they would review, 3, 4, 5 games a day, like every day of the week. And because there was so much coming out. Your favorite one was on a YTV called Video and Arcade Top 10. Oh, okay, Gamer J. So long I know, and the release date for this one kept getting pushed back. Feels like years at this point. QP, I had no idea that you played that you were into GTA. So, yeah, but like, so I can remember watching reviews of like all of the old games from that time period, like the early, like I said, late 90s, early 2000s. There were so many, it was crazy. Now companies are much more budget conscious about what they're making, so there's not as many coming out like that. It was basically the only game you ever played prior to that. Was that right? It was the only game you played. Interesting. I didn't know it was that good. You mostly watched Looney Tunes as a kid. Okay, Gamer J. I enjoy myself some Looney Tunes now and then. In the 80s, when I was a kid, there used to be, Saturday morning cartoons, and Looney Tunes and Tom and Jerry over here. Is that right, Norsham? There used to be Saturday morning cartoons on, which I loved. And at 11 o'clock, there was the Looney Tunes hour. So that was what I would watch then. From 11 to noon was the Looney Tunes hour. So yeah, I've seen a lot of the Looney Tunes cartoons from then. Oh yeah. Definitely like my cartoons and stuff from the 80s. So yes, Norsham. So yeah, I had a schedule, right? I I hope I get the slang words in the mini series right. I am sure that there's probably people more. I wasn't super cool, right? In the 80s, I was pretty young, but I am sure that there will be people in here who will be able to help you with that if you would want to. You wrote a couple. I'm like I still I have people in here who translate for me with the abbreviations and stuff that people use today. And so I've never been particularly great at slang words, jive or dig. There you go. I've never been particularly good at slang words, at telling you if it's an appropriate context or not. So I'm probably not the best judge. Yes, you definitely have to, QP. I'm, like I said, I was Rip Van Winkle. I was off, I was off of social media for a long time, and just didn't do very much on there. And when I woke up, everybody talked different. So yes, the abbreviations. I don't remember. That sounds more like the 70s to me, I think, Norsham. But yeah, I'm probably not the best judge of that. So some abbreviations are confusing. Yes, QP. I need a dictionary. I need a little reference guide. All right, I'm just gonna flip this up because I can see that, I mean, it was set in the 80s, the 70s was still technically around. Yeah, that is true. I'm sure people did. I just, like I said, I'm probably not the best judge for that. So, so again, I just want to, I'm not really going in a particular order here. There's a lot of very confusing shapes at this point. So I'm just trying to kind of put some marks in here where I can see them, and then I will bounce around and fill in the rest. And again, I'm cleaning them up with just a little bit of acrylic medium where I feel like they need to be. And I think I need to take a little bit more and just mix up a little bit more of this color. So this is my base color with some blue and some brown in it. And again, I'm just trying to basically make myself feel a little bit encouraged as I go, because it's a lot of complicated stuff. A little bit encouraged to feel like I know where I'm going with my marks. So you're 85 and usually you're the oldest chatter. Are you, is that right, Cop? Yeah, it's, I think, do I look young for my age? So yeah, it's all right. Again, I say I'm seasoned, and I am quite happy to be the age that I am and wouldn't want to be any other right now, so. All right, so a few more marks on this left side. I'm going to take that as a huge compliment, Norsham. So thanks very much. in my mind, I'm perpetually 28, right? Be 28 forever. I'm probably 40 in my mind. Well, again, I just try to be comfortable with where I am, right? I think that my experiences and whatever else in my life, that I am happy for all of the opportunities to experience those things. So I'm okay. I'm okay being an 80s kid. I think there's something cool about that. We came from a different time as 80s kids. But definitely the thing that I miss the most is for the artist experience is required. That's right. Otherwise, kids need to control these days. No worries, Norsham. It was very nice to see you. Oh, yes, you're going to be right back. Okay, well, then no worries. I'll see you later then. Cop. That's right. It's just about experience, right? That's what life is. I'd really like by the end of the day here to be able to have all of my major shapes blocked out. So usually something like this, in order to get it to a point like this, will take me about 40 hours. So I try to be on here on Twitch for about 4 hours at a time, 4 days a week. And so sometimes I can work more efficiently than that. Sometimes I can get it down to 30-ish hours if I'm really, really lucky. So we will see how far I get. But today my base goal is if I could just get all of my shapes blocked out, then I would be happy. I'd be a happy camper with all my base shapes blocked out. I definitely think that being an 80s kid, by the way, and I guess everybody probably thinks their own era is the greatest, but as far as like movies and television, I think that my era was the greatest. So the 80s was pretty landmarkish. I don't particularly like watching a lot of shows from the 70s. I feel like everything was everything looks very gray. And the 80s, everything became much more imaginative and vibrant. And then the 90s, I think, took it too far. So everybody's got their own time period that they think is probably the best. But I missed the age reveal, didn't I? Well, I didn't admit my actual age, but I did say I'm an 80s kid. So yes, so I grew up in the 80s, and so yeah, so that was a whole cultural thing happening in the 80s. But like 80s kids, we had and I guess this is also late 70s, but we experienced like the original Star Wars movies and the original Indiana Jones movies and Saturday morning cartoons and um, you know, all those kind of music was, I don't know. It was just it was a whole thing. You got to experience it in real time. Yeah, I think so. I think so. So I think everybody leans into probably whatever I mean, I've seen people say that, like the newer Star Wars movies are their favorites, which is kind of unfathomable to me. But if that's the time when you grew up, then sure, I understand that. It's whatever was comfortable, whatever gave you comfort during certain points in your life, that's probably what you're going to be the most endeared to. Oh, and my Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. See? This is my little stuffed Raphael. He's also vintage 80s. And so used to watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on Saturday mornings. And so my husband picked that up for me because he often picks up vintage toys for me for Christmas and birthdays, because he knows I like them. For you, 80, 90 was the fall of communism in your country, but still those were the times. Yes, I watched that, I believe, Cop. I watched some of that in school. So well, I don't know where you're from, but for like the Berlin Wall came down, I watched that in school. But yes, it's what whatever was the time period that, where you were at a certain age and that certain things meant something to you. I understand that that's the most endearing. I actually feel like we're doing okay on this. I'm a little less than 2 hours in. That might not seem like that much, but I have a lot of little shapes in here blocked in. And so that's a good start for me. So again, I'm not super worried that this part, if I get all of these little details in, mostly I want to block in the really complicated stuff right now that is the larger shapes. And then I will go back in, because if I put too much detail in at this point, then I'm just going to inevitably end up painting over it. Some of it's okay because it's going to be dark enough that I'm going to be able to still paint layers over it and be able to see it because I work with the glazes. But I just don't want to worry about all these little things in here. I'm not going to worry too much about most of those yet. A little bit. I'm going to put a little bit in, but not everything. And at least even if I put it in, it doesn't have to be super perfect at this point. So I'm going to turn this again. Well, yeah, I'm going to turn this again. Again, I just keep trying to challenge my brain, right? So that's why I turn the board multiple times. So I keep challenging the way that I am seeing things. Let's just see here. So I know this shape comes down and this should actually be right here. And again, it's really good for me at least to keep this very thin right now because I don't want to overcommit in case I have to change any of these shapes. And that is okay. Much easier to change things. The same is true for drawing too. If you like to draw, that it's much easier and much more conducive to the drawing process to start out with really light pencil lines. And you can do that either by just using very light pressure, or you can actually get like a harder lead pencil, and those will inevitably be much lighter on your paper. So much easier to do that and not overcommit to things than to try to just get everything right on the first pass. And I think when you're drawing, because my degree is actually in drawing, so sometime maybe we'll draw on here, even though I don't draw the same way, you know, that I don't like drawing the same way that like I learned in a lot of my classes. But yes, it's very good to start with light lines and then build yourself up. And it's also very lovely if you can see, if you think of drawing as being some like part of the process, being able to see the process in your drawing and not worry so much about erasing everything back. So why didn't you know what, Cupie? That my degree was in drawing, or that you should start with light lines? Yeah, so technically I guess my degree is art, but my specialization was drawing. So most of my classes were drawing classes. No worries. I sometimes I complain about, you know, the classes that I took, but yeah, most of them were drawing classes, and there were good things that came out of them. So I don't want to make it sound like everything was terrible, because that is not true. There were good things that came out of them, but yes, my concentration was in drawing, and yeah, so that's how your dad's degree was, master's in art, but it was a photography focus. Yeah, I understand that. So, and then I do have a master's. Oh, you're back, Norsham. Welcome. I was talking about school. I was talking about my schooling, but I was talking about how I had studied drawing in college. So yeah, so my my bachelor's degree is in drawing, but my master's degree is actually in arts administration. So that is a completely different thing. But part of what I did in that degree was I did get to study things like art criticism. And as your bachelor's degree is in art and literature. Nice, very nice, Norsham. Yeah, so I got to study, you know, art criticism. I did get to study things like to do with like the business of art, and my my thesis, because I did actually have to write a thesis. You're a dropout, QP. No worries. No shame in that. Sometimes things just, takes a while. Like I went back and got my master's degree when I was 30. So I did not get that right away. And, but I actually did that. I thought it was interesting because I like a lot of forms of art. My master's degree thesis was actually on opera. So, speaking of art criticism, I just learned something interesting. That was digital art was actually frowned upon by a lot of people in like the 90s. Yeah. Is that right? You just learned that, Norsham? Yeah. Yeah. I think that, I think there's still like some struggle with that in different circles. So, I think I wouldn't have done much good to me to continue. I learned a lot, but it was killing the part of me that actually loves art and has creativity. I totally understand, QP. So I think I've shared enough of my stories to let you know that it is something that can happen. So I think that it's okay if you come back to schooling or, at a later age, or if you choose to take, a different path to learn the things that you feel like you need to learn, especially for art. So you did not know it all until recently. Is that right, Norsham? Yeah, like traditional artists were hating on Photoshop because you could undo mistakes. Something with like control, like the Control Z. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, there's always going to be hesitancy, and I don't even want to like take a position on anything, but I'll just say there's always going to be hesitancy towards anything that is different from what is the norm. There's just always going to be. So, I do both, and I think they're equally difficult in their own ways. I think that's a very true statement, QP. Yeah, I think that's a very true statement. Yep, very, very true. I think that they're probably, again, I don't want to take a position. I think that they're probably much more accepted among each other than they used to be. So I very much enjoy seeing people draw digitally as well as traditionally. So yeah, it's just a different approach, but there will always be hesitancy with everything. When you first started using an iPad and Procreate, the art looked like I was 2 years old. Is that right? You should do a Norsham and stay neutral. You don't have to take a position. Okay. That's a good place to be for that, because that does get a little bit icky, right? So good thought there, Norsham. Thank you. So yeah, I just do what I do, right? It's not my role to judge anybody else's work in that way. But I like all artists. Anybody who thinks like an artist, I want to see you be able to do whatever you feel most comfortable with. So that's why I always do, when I see debates and stuff, I try to learn what both sides think. That's a very good way to be, Norsham. I definitely thought it would be way easier before you got it. You mean like digital art, QP? Is that what you mean? That you thought it'd be way easier? So I really much admire, oh yeah, is that right? So I really admire, a lot of comic book artists, and there's a lot of comic book artists who have transitioned to doing digital work instead of like 1 million times easier than it was. Yeah. Well, you're still having to draw, right? Just your tool is different. So yeah, it's not really, so there's one video series I will say in particular that I watched with my husband at one point. He really loves the artist Todd McFarlane, who is a big comic book artist, right? And so Todd McFarlane used to draw traditionally, and he over the years switched to digital, and so it taught me when I watched that series that it is not that is really, again, just the difference of the tools. So Norsham, that it is just the difference of the tools, and yeah, so I have not done much digital work, but it is. I've seen people comment that they think that it would be like way easier, like that it was, cheating or whatever, and I don't think that's the case at all. So, your uncle's been a painter since the 70s. He paints people. Is that right, Norsham? That's really neat. It's awkward. You have to relearn everything you thought you knew. Yeah, I wanted to try, when you were talking in here the other day, QP, to Philarty, and I don't remember the rest of Philarty's name, but it made me want to try Procreate. I would like to try, and so, just even for my own experience or satisfaction, I would like to try. I mean, Norsham, you were saying people way back in the 90s. So when I was painting, or when I was taking my college classes, I took a Photoshop class, 2 Photoshop classes actually at that time. And yeah, people did not love that. Not everybody loved that at the time. It felt, it was hard, and it certainly wasn't accepted at that time, at least among my fellow students. It was not accepted as making art. I'm not really sure what people thought of it, but that's not what they thought of. They didn't think that they were making art. So you enjoy it. Digital and traditional are 2 completely different things in your head, and I love both. I love to draw on my iPad on low energy days. Hey, like I said, QB, I would like to, we have an iPad, and I would like to try to get the Procreate, because you said it's really cheap, right? It's like really inexpensive. There's no excuse to not get it, right? Norsham, you said lots of traditional artists called it cheating, because again, you got Control Z. I know, but it's I understand. Like, I understand, but again, it's just kind of like a hesitancy to any kind of change. So even just when I started painting, which wasn't that terribly long ago, because I came to it late, like access to photo editing and digital screens and stuff, it really wasn't, it's not like it is now, right? It was much harder for me to be able to manage that. So what I used to do actually was I actually used to, the first digital screen that I started to work from, when I started to work from a digital screen, was a digital photo frame. And so I would actually take photos and break them up into pieces and then work on my digital photo frame. So I understand too, but how is fixing a drawing by mistake? Yeah, I agree, Norsham. I don't think that it's cheating. It's just digital. It's just digital. It's different. Is it $12.99? Yeah, there's no excuse for me not to have Procreate, even just for like doodling, like, that would be nice. I should experiment with that, QP. I should. Yeah, I agree, Norsham. I don't think, again, I don't want to like take a hardcore position one way or the other. I admire artists of all kinds. I'll just say I admire artists of all kinds, and like I said, I always say in here, or I mentioned today my quote of there are many ways up the mountain. I think there's many ways to make art. And so I don't think it's for any one of us to judge someone else's method of making art. You can also upload pictures of color pages and do coloring for fun. Neat. That's really neat. Yeah, that makes art so much more accessible to people, QP. that might even be intimidated. Sometimes people are intimidated by, you know, just real paper, right? So I totally understand that. You have a funny question. All right, I'm bracing myself, Norsham. So go ahead. Yes, we love art of all kinds. Yes, all kinds of art. I use a paper textured screen protector and it makes a huge difference. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Martial arts. I would like to be Batman someday. So if I say yes, Norsham, that maybe someday I can be like Batman and I can learn some martial arts. So, oh, thank you so much for the follow. I think a couple people followed me. So nice. Cass, I don't know if you're still in here. And IKUY, Iku? Is it Iku? So thank you so much, both of you, for the follows. I'm so sorry. I don't look at the screen as much as I should, so I really appreciate it. Is that my 74 followers? Oh, that's cool. Thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. That's crazy because like I said, I'm really new. I'm very much new. Is Batman related to martial arts? I think he's a boxer. A boxer? Norsham, you need to go watch some Batman cartoons. So, he trained around the world for martial arts. That's what Batman did. I mean, I think he knows how to box too. Yeah, I think he probably knows. But no, he's martial arts. I don't watch superhero stuff. Sorry. That's all right. I understand. Brush up on Batman history. Thank you, Cupid. Well, once again, I really appreciate it. Iku, you're good. You got to focus on your work. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, though. Very, very kind, and thank you for saying hello here and chatting. So thank you very much. It does mean a lot to me, though, because, like I said, I am fairly new here, and I'm just muddling my way through. So, but I'm glad that you felt comfortable enough to follow. So thank you. You like Deadpool and Hancock? Yes, I remember Hancock. But if we're talking Marvel and DC, I'm not into that. Okay, I understand. I'm not going to judge you, Norsham. Maybe I'll judge you a little bit. But I won't judge you that much. It's okay. Not everybody's into that. That's fine. Not all of it's great either, right? Some of it's good. I like a lot of it, but not all of it. So, would I participate in Kung Fu? Again, I guess if I was training to be Batman, then I suppose I would have to, right? I had a desire to watch a lot of old Kung Fu movies. I have not seen that many, but I would like to sit down and watch some at some point, because I do think they're kind of, I think that the art form is kind of fascinating. So, Kung Fu Panda. I've never seen Kung Fu Panda, actually. Never seen it. It has Jack Black as the voice, right? Never saw it. Kung Fu Hustle is definitely one of the best movies you ever watched growing up. Is that right? I'll have to look for that one, because I know there was an assortment of them on Amazon. And I did want to. Yeah, I know, right, Cupid? Never seen it. You've never seen it? No, never seen it. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why. But I will have to check it out at some point here. There's a sequel too, right? Or did the sequel come out yet? Kung Fu Hustle came out in 2004. Oh, okay. Kung Fu Hustle is from 2004. I'm sorry. I thought that was something from the 70s. My bad. I don't know why I don't know that one then, Norsham. And who praised it? Bill Murray? Ah, I love Bill Murray. Actually, I'm a big Bill Murray fan. I dig his dry humor. So I'm a big like Ghostbusters fan, and but yeah, anything with Bill Murray in it, I'm down for. So, but yes, if he praised it, there must be something to it. It's better than many Hollywood movies, is that right? Well, I will have to check it out then. There are four. Are there 4 Kung Fu Pandas? Wow. Oh, I didn't realize that. Interesting. Maybe I missed one of your comments there, QP. Cove probiotic sodas. I've not heard of those before. Sherbet and pineapple flavors. Okay. You think it could be wrong. Yeah, I don't know, Nursham. I just didn't know. I knew there was at least one other one, but I didn't know that there were multiples. But again, I haven't paid that close of attention. You have another question? Sure thing, Norsham. You're chugging one right now, QP. Packaging is super cute and reminds me of your ice cream because of the sherbet. Oh, okay, gotcha. What is one thing about art in general that you find mediocre? That I find mediocre. I have used this term. This is maybe not exactly answering your question, Norsham, but I'm going to try. I have used this term before. I don't like devices in art. And by devices, I mean cheesy things that are supposed to get your attention. So like I use the example, if I were to paint a skull down here in the corner of my ice cream painting, and then you go, oh my God, it's a skull on the ice cream painting. So I don't like devices, things like that. So, but outside of that, and again, I don't, well, there's a few other things that I don't love, but that's probably the biggest thing. So I'd rather see a straightforward painting than something where somebody's trying to put too much symbolism into something, to try to grab your attention. So there's a way to do it, but just not too cheesy, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense. So, not gonna lie, a skull and an ice cream cone. For some reason, imagining a couple of bikers eating that. That's funny. There is a comic book series that tells like very kind of depressing horror stories. Which actually you might like since you're writing horror stuff, but they're kind of depressing. I've not read it, but my husband read it for a while, and it's called Ice Cream Man, and every cover of the book has kind of like some kind of a creepy ice cream thing going on it. So yeah, and in that case, I think it works because it's specifically about the title and the book. So I don't mean that for that purpose, but yeah, I just don't like art that there's a line. I don't know if it's a clear line, but there's a line that I can see in art where it crosses over to cheesy. So I don't like cheesy stuff. Cheesy stuff in paintings anyway. I do like cheesy stuff actually a lot of the time. Flojet, did I say that right? Good morning to you as well. What was that you said? Yeah, an ice cream sundae served in a skull. Yeah, that sounds like one of the covers of that. Those, the bikers. Yes, I've heard of them. Oh, okay. So Yes, sure. Flo is fine. I followed you from Waltering. Oh, well, thank you so much. Yeah, we dropped in on Waltering the other day, and he was drawing a comic book cover there, right? He was drawing, what was it? Please remind me what it was. It was something that my husband actually really likes. It was a particular character that, it was Youngblood. I think it was Youngblood. And yes, and Waltering is a wonderful artist. So I appreciate you coming over. I think it was Youngblood. So, which I used to think that Youngblood was an individual character, and I did not realize that it was a team. So I never read Youngblood, but my husband did. So, so yeah, he enjoyed watching that actually when we dropped in there. So, but thank you so much. It's so nice that you came over again and said hello. So, um, what is the next rectangular thing? What is that rectangular thing next to the drawing? Are you talking about my drawing? This? Or this? My phone? I don't know what you're asking, Norsham. Sorry. Or are you talking about just behind here? This thing? Oh, this, oh, because it's a device. Oh my gosh, Cupid. What would I do without you? Okay. You love drawing desserts, Flo. Okay, so to find someone else who loves drawing realistic desserts was awesome. Oh, I'm so glad. Very, very cool. What kind of desserts do you draw? And cough. Because you said you don't like devices and you have, yeah, I'm a little slow. I'm a little slow to understanding Norsham, but thank goodness that Cupid was here to translate for me. So thank you, Cupid. Yeah. An obsession for macaroons. You've also drawn fruit tarts and waffles. Nice. I did a couple paintings of macaroons back in the day, and I also did a fruit tart. I've never painted a waffle, but very, very cool. Macaroons are cool because you can do them in different colors and you can stack them. And yeah, I think I painted a bowl of macaroons, like a glass bowl. I can't remember. It was a long time ago, but very, very cool, Plo. Very, very cool. I have never in your life tried waffles. Norsham. You don't know that Batman did martial arts and you've never eaten waffles? We need to get you out more. I tried eating a little bit and it was meh. Oh, well, maybe you had a lousy waffle then. I don't know what to say about that. Waffles are good if you get them, if you get good ones. If you make good ones. I used to make them. I have a waffle maker. I haven't made them in a long time though. You ate it with chocolate and not honey. We typically eat it with syrup, but the American way is usually syrup, not honey. But I'm sure some people eat it with honey though. There's actually a beautiful, I'm going to mention another artist name, and Plo, you might want to look her up actually as well. And that is Pamela Johnson. Pamela Johnson is a large-scale realist painter of typically food, and she did a giant one I remember seeing before of a number of years ago of waffles. So it was beautiful. It had just the giant waffles like flat on the panel, and then the syrup and the butter was running down from that. Yeah, no, it was syrup. It's usually syrup. Like I said, some people probably do use honey. But for anybody who's in here for the first time, welcome again. Thank you so much for stopping in. My name's Kim. I'm here 4 days a week. If you haven't followed yet, please be sure to follow. And we paint realistic. So this is our first day on this piece, but we're going to try to get it kind of like this piece. Really realistic. So that'll take me several days. And yes, so Oh, Plo makes Pokemon cards. Pokemon cards are so beautiful. And you've painted a couple and it's super fun. Nice. I love seeing people paint. Paint intimidates you. Is that right, Plo? And Norsham, you don't like cheese. Well, that's 3 strikes for you, I guess. No cheese, no waffles, no Batman. What's up with that? So, so Plo, I must, are you on, how did QP find your work? Is there a link? Or are you on Twitch as a streamer as well? Because I'm gonna have to look, because I want to see. QP's good with this, and I lean on her. So, and rice and watermelon. Okay, that's the long list, Norsham. But I understand. Not everybody has to like everything, so that's okay. I'm gonna take a little bit more of this color out, and then I'm gonna just create a little bit more of this shadow color. I shared it through Waltering's Discord, but I do have Instagram. Yeah, feel free to share your Instagram if you would like, Flo. So, yeah, everybody's welcome. There's an Instagram link on the Twitch profile. I'm nosy. She's nosy. Well, I will check your link out on your profile, but if you want to share it here, Flo, please feel free. So, well, I hope that maybe, Plo, that, you know, when you hang out in here, that maybe paint becomes a little less intimidating, but, you know, I like to say that I like all forms of art. And so whatever you're comfortable working in is great. So, and Kiwi is back. Kiwi, you have no idea how much I've struggled without you here. So thank you so much, Plo. I will check that out at the end of the stream because I have this one little laptop running everything, and I am afraid I will upset the delicate balance. I don't have it set up because my husband sets this up for me. I don't have it set up to pull up links, but I will check it at the end of the stream. So yes, so Kiwi. So, welcome back, and thank you, Plo, for understanding that. But yes, but everybody else can feel free to check out Plo's work now. So feel free, and yeah. So I'm excited to see your work, Plo, and Kiwi. I hope you had a wonderful vacation. Do you feel rested up, or are you more exhausted? Sometimes that happens when you take vacations. Sometimes you come back more exhausted than you were when you started. It was amazing. You want to go back. Oh, do you mind? Well, you can feel free to share where you went. You don't have to, but if you would like to share, then feel free, Kiwi. I feel alive again. Burnout went bye-bye. Oh, that's really nice. That's probably a good lesson for anybody in here. You went to Mexico. How cool. You swam with the dolphins. What? That is amazing. That's amazing. Wow. So cool, Kiwi. And ate really good food. Nice. You swam with the dolphins? Cool. That's awesome. Feel free to just ramble, Kiwi, because I would love to hear more about your vacation if you're willing to share. Aww. That is so cool. I think that the thing that intimidates you is about painting is you're not good at color matching. I understand that. That's kind of a, you know, an acquired skill. But again, I try to just share what I do in here. Maybe you'll feel comfortable picking it up at some point, Plo, but maybe not. Maybe it's, you know, everybody's comfortable with different things. You also learned that you're very good at navigating markets. Oh, like shopping markets? Your family had to keep you from going in every direction all at once. That's very funny, Kiwi. there. That's a very much encouraging statement from Kiwi. Yeah, it's you know, it's just time and practice. I said, Plo, when I started painting, because I came back to it after a long break from making any art, and I had to teach myself because I don't feel like I had acquired the skills that I needed to when I was younger and in school. And so one of the things that I did was to just kind of wander around the house and try to think about what colors I would need to mix to be able to get something to look accurate the way that it was. But I've been told the bigger I do, the more detailed you can get. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. I missed your comment. Working big scares you. I usually stick to small things. That's, hey, you know what, Flo? We were doing these. These are 5x7s. So I do paint small and big. So sometimes they're tiny like this, and sometimes I go up to 5 feet tall. So there's a whole range of sizes, and you know, you kind of, but starting small, I keep saying, starting small is a great way to build up your skill set, and it's still really good to go back to try to train your eye. So I just want to make sure, because I don't want to miss anybody's comment here. You got to work on your schoolwork, but you will be here lurking. Okay, thank you so much, Kiwi. Yeah, so Plo, I mean, like, this is pretty detailed, but it's only 5x7. So, I mean, it's, you know, again, if you're going to start out as a painting, I would start very, very small. So some of these are, you know, these were little exercises that we were doing. These were 4-hour exercises, and they're 4x4. So this is just a blob of frosting that we tried to paint very realistically that way. So yeah, lots of ways to do that you can try to do that. And I missed Solar. You've been lurking, not too good. I'm listening. Hope you have a good stream. Thank you so much, Solar. I appreciate you checking in to say hello. So hope you take care of yourself. Thank you so much for being here. Cupie, whoa, seeing the difference is crazy. Do you mean between this and this? Yeah. So, yeah, so that's just the difference of the work. Dinos, it's so nice to see you. How are you doing today? Yeah, so nice that everybody's here. Yes, the size difference. Oh, okay, the size difference. I gotcha. Yeah, so yeah, then if you picture this, and then if you picture my 5-foot tall one. So yes, huge size differences, and very, very hard to, you know, get as I get bigger, because I still use these tiny brushes. So yeah. But Plo, lots of ways to do it and lots of ways to train yourself. But I would always start tiny. That's just my personal philosophy, because I started out painting tiny things back in the day. I was what was called a daily painter, and so I would try to get small pieces done on a regular basis, like a few a week, and that was really good for training me how to paint. So yeah. Worth trying stuff like that if you want to choose to paint, you know. Again, it sounds like yeah, no worries, Kiwi. Thank you again. Sounds like you do beautiful work though. Kiwi wouldn't steer me wrong. So all right, so I'm just gonna go in here and try to get a few more details in. And again, I try to think of this stage as like my drawing. You're doing good, Dinos, and you'll continue some commission work. Got to get the money. How about that? Oh, yeah. Sorry about that, Dinos. So I do really consider this part to be like a drawing. It really is just getting all these shapes in here without worrying about the pencil lines too much. And then all of these pieces will even these rough shapes, I'll be able to see little bits of them peek through the other layers later on, and it will make things look really, I think it's beautiful to see actually all of those pieces peek through rather than covering them up. I like to see the process of the painting. And I feel like it makes it look more alive, I think. It's probably a good way to say it. So Dinos, you're actually doing commissions, and I just wanted, since you were on the commercial break. So very, very cool. Please feel free to share what your commissions are. Because I know that you are a very, very skilled painter as well. So, so yeah, please feel free to share. Thank you, Dinos. You typically use alcohol markers, Flo, and colored pencils. Nice. I use the marker as the underpainting and build upon it. Then you probably actually kind of do your work very similar to actually how I paint. But again, like whatever process works for you, if you want to switch to painting, or if you want to at least get it, as part of your tool belt, then you can certainly do it. And I would start, with small pieces like the other one that I did. But like if you are comfortable with the other stuff, there's, then I said right before the ad started, I think that Kiwi wouldn't steer me wrong. She seems to think that you're very, very gifted. So I definitely want to go over and check out your work. So, but yeah, I mean, as far as painting, I tell the story in here that I came out of college a kind of a lousy artist. I really didn't make art for like 12 years, something like that. And then I decided, after I started working in an art magazine, after a few years of doing that I wanted to paint. And so I buckled down, and I would get up early and I would stay up late. I bought a bunch of books, I watched lots of videos, and I taught myself how to do it. So that's just how I did it. Unfortunately, the work you do and the commissions you get are quite different. Oh yeah, no worries. I understand, Dinos. I appreciate you being clear about that. So thank you. And yeah, not worth getting banned. So, because my husband is watching, and Cupie is on the moderator list as well. So anyway, she can take care of that stuff for me. But thank you. But I do hope that your commissions go well, Dinos. So no worries. So yeah, I said, the biggest thing that I want to do today is really just to get kind of all of my shapes basically roughed in, drawn out. And if I can do that today, then when I come back on Thursday, I will feel like I'm in pretty good shape to start building out the dimension of the piece. So we're gonna see if we can just get enough done today that that is a reasonable, hopefully a reasonable approach to being able to complete this. I said one thing that I can typically do, even if I overwork myself a little bit, but I try really, really hard, is I try to produce a lot of work. And I try to be very productive and complete a lot of pieces. So it's good for me to push myself to try to stick to a good schedule, and just see what I can accomplish in those set amounts of time. So like I said, something like this size will typically take me about 40 hours. Sometimes I can get that down a little bit more, but I just have to be careful to manage my time. And I've said before that part of that came from when I worked as a caricature artist at Disney World and a silhouette artist, because I made, when I was young, that was the jobs that I held right out of school. And they taught me to be efficient because I had to work on commission. And so I didn't really have much choice except to adhere to the required time frames. of completing certain pieces. So yeah, taught me to be efficient. And also then being a daily painter also taught me to be efficient, because I couldn't take, 2 weeks to paint something that was only like a 5x7. I wanted to try to produce as much as I could. So, and then still make them really nice too. So that is the trick, to learn to not pump out, incomplete or lax works, but to just be really efficient with making really nice pieces. So I try to be efficient. My pieces do take a long time though, because I do this layering process. So it does take longer than, I'm a slower painter, I would say, than some people, but it's not because I'm just sitting and staring at the painting. It is just because I am painting lots and lots of layers. Nothing wrong with that. Thanks, Plo. So, I'm very efficient. You think so, Dinos? I try. Part of that too is, over time, when I would do like commission pieces, I wanted to make sure that I could reasonably give people the right amount of time, and not be hurting myself in terms of dedicating too much time to a piece. Right now you're procrastinating, so I could use a little efficiency. I understand, Plo. It's very easy to get distracted, right? It's very easy to prioritize other things. And so yeah, I understand. I do. I'm surprised actually how efficient, despite me chatting and so forth, I'm surprised how efficient I have been on Twitch, actually, because you would think that would make me a little bit slower, but it really doesn't. And I think my husband says it's because I'm not like thinking about a million other things. I can only be here in front of my painting, and instead of thinking about things that have to be done around the house or whatever. So you have 150 bookmarks to get done before November. I'm at 25. I believe in you, Plo. So that seems like a lot. What kind of bookmarks? I'm just curious, because I have seen some other people recently making some really beautiful bookmarks, and I'm just curious what you do. I know that I missed a pecan, and I only find this out, as I'm going and trying to keep adding more and more details, more and more shapes. Again, I don't consider this super detailed, but more lines in here for me. You're doing neurographic art on a watercolor background. I have not heard of that, but apparently Kiwi is impressed. So when you go to close a tab, did I miss something? When you go to close a tab for school and you accidentally close Twitch. Oh, Kiwi, I see. But Kiwi wants to know what neurographic art is, so please tell us. Because yeah, that's not a term that I'm familiar with. Yeah, I'm sorry, Kiwi. I've done that lots of times. I accidentally close I accidentally close the window that I most want to keep open, just because my brain starts running. So basically, neurographic art is where you draw lots of random lines and squiggles on a page, and then you go in and round all the intersecting corners. I'm gonna have to see that to be able to understand what that really means. So if you have, is this something that is on your Instagram that I would be able to see it there? Or is it something I'm gonna have to Google? It sounds almost like an art therapy kind of thing. um, so you do it on a large sheet and then cut out the bookmarks when you're done and round the corners. Oh, okay. I feel like I still need to see it to quite understand, but I don't think I've posted them on your Instagram. Okay, well that's all right. Maybe someday in the future. But that's really interesting. Yeah, it does come very much from an art therapy background. Oh, okay. Well then I wasn't totally off by thinking that then. That's very, very cool. Very, very cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look it up so that I can really understand it. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna head over here so that I can get this little pecan in here. Is this something that you discovered on your own, Plo, like is just something that you enjoyed, or do you also have a background in art therapy? I went to a couple different colleges for my undergraduate studies before I landed at the final college when I moved to Florida. But the first college I know had an art therapy program, so but I never got to take any of the classes there. Every year you do 150 bookmarks for your mom. She does gift bags for the local. Oh, nice. Bookmark, lucky penny, scratch ticket, candy cane, and some little chocolates. That's really nice. I kind of love that. Very, very cool. Very, very cool, Plo. Well, I believe in you that you can get all 150 done. That sounds important. So I am sure that you could get all 150 done by the time that your deadline rolls around. Very, very cool and very, very kind that you do that. Do you find that it is therapeutic for you as you do it? Like, does it take on a different feel than just, making some of, I mean, your other work obviously is much more representational. You originally learned it in an art therapy program you participated in. Every year the bookmarks are different. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that is a field that I don't know. I always thought was interesting. I don't really know much about it as far as any formal kind of education in it. And but it is something that I always thought was very interesting. And like I said, I do kind of regret that I didn't get to take any of the art therapy courses at that first college that I went to. It's nice because you don't have to really think with these, where your realism, you really have to concentrate. Yep, I understand. Understand. I empathize with that, yeah. That's very interesting, though. Well, I think that project is very kind in and of itself. Is that something that your mom started? I don't think I caught that. If this is just something that she's doing, or is she does gift bags. So it sounds like was that just her idea to do that then? To do the gift bags? Because that's just so nice. I'm gonna turn this because I don't feel like I got this shape quite right here, and I think I need to fix it. And it's very hard for me to see what it is. So I'm just gonna come in here, and it's good for me to do this now before this totally dries. Much easier to change it now. So let me just see. She's done it for about 5 years now, and it's her idea. Nice. She's a cancer patient herself. She does maintenance therapy every 3 weeks. She figures if she can make someone smile for a little bit, it's worth it. That is really nice. That is really, really nice. I like that very much. I think that is, you know, I've said, I try very hard to make happy art, especially around Christmas. Yeah, that's really beautiful. I try very hard to make happy art. I try very hard to make art that is, you know, nostalgic and joyful and sometimes very imaginative, and that is my purpose, I feel. So, Zaza, thank you so much for following. I really appreciate it. Welcome, Zaza. I really appreciate it very much. So, but yeah, so I try very hard to make happy art, and I very much believe that that's a worthy thing. That it's a worthy thing to make things that are intended to make life a little bit better, even if it's just in a small way, for anybody. So so I very much admire that as your mom's mission with those projects. That's very, very nice. Very, very nice. How long does it take you to make the bookmarks, since you're at 25 and you're nervous about hitting your deadline? I really have like no idea how long that would take. All right, so I just want to go in, and I'm just gonna, in a few areas, start to make some darker highlights, or excuse me, darker indicators of my pecans, if I'm really sure that these are where everything is located. And so that will just help me again to feel a little bit encouraged as I go, so that again, if I'm able to get everything pretty well roughed in by the end of the day today, then when I come back on Thursday, I'll be in much better shape. I really try very hard to stick to some kind of a plan as best I can. I don't always get it right, but I don't always accomplish as much as I set out to do, but I try. So you have a glass desk. You normally try and tape down 4 sheets, 5 bookmarks per sheet. Okay. Watercolor them, let them dry, and then do the squiggles while watching TV. Each sheet is maybe 40 minutes. Oh, okay. Wow, that's time consuming. So 40 minutes roughly for 5 bookmarks then. Okay. Well, that's a big commitment on your part, but very, very cool. Such a cool idea. But at least, as you said, it's not like as stressful as doing your realist stuff. So so I guess that's good. And if you enjoy it, then that's, you know, that's the important thing too. So you just have to enjoy it. So See, that is not correct, because this little mark is down here, and this should actually be right here. So usually you throw something on TV and do them. I binge watch Baywatch. I haven't seen Baywatch in like, I don't know, 20, 25 years. Like a long time. That's funny. I didn't watch it religiously, but I did. I had a roommate who would watch it sometimes. So yeah, so we caught that once in a while, but that's funny. Gonna blow this up. I always say it's really much easier for my brain to work at a one-to-one scale, and then sometimes I forget to enlarge it on my phone, but it truly is a lot easier to do that. So work at a one-to-one scale. Don't try to scale up and scale down. It's just extra brain power that you don't need to waste. I do think that I'm probably going to I found that it's much better for me just to take a break. So I'm probably going to take a break in about 5 minutes. So I hope that y'all will stick around, because I am going to be on a little bit longer after that. And like I said, I'm just going to try to get all of these base shapes in roughly so that I have enough to work on Thursday. So I do work on other stuff on my non-Twitch days, but I am trying to, as best I can, you know, like for something like this, particularly because this was a request from somebody in the community. Thank you, QP. That I want to make sure that I don't work on this one too much, like outside of my time on Twitch, just because I want y'all to be able to see the whole process. So, but yes, I will take a break in the next few minutes here, QP. Thank you. It did help me when I did that the other day to take a break. So. Just a few minutes, anyway. Makes a tremendous difference for my mind, actually, to be able to do that. And sometimes, like I said, sometimes for my paintings even, sometimes I will let things sit for a few days. So if I don't feel like I can, there's a point, and sometimes when you're painting, at least for me, when you just feel like you're moving paint around and you're not actually accomplishing anything. So if I feel like I'm doing that, then I usually need to take a break from a painting for a few days and come back to it with a fresh mind, fresh eyes. I am going to come back up here, but let's just start to put a little bit of definition down here into this cone area as well. I can see already that I did this incorrectly, right? So I need to be able to work my shapes better here. So I try to look at positive and negative shapes, right? So try to, this is my positive shape, this is my negative shape. I know that my shape was incorrect because my negative shape was off. And so sometimes you just got to keep challenging your brain to be able to come back and correct yourself, see things with new eyes. So that is why I turn my paintings a lot to sides and upside down. But in this case, I was at least able to just kind of see that my shape in here was incorrect. So now I can see this little shape right here. So again, I try to say I'm not painting ice cream, right? I'm painting a bunch of abstract shapes. So this little shape right in here now looks a lot closer to this little shape right in here. So I know that I'm much more in tune than I was a few minutes ago. If you get a chance, and if you want to do it maybe on your break too, if you take a few minutes too, if you go to my website, that one painting that I mentioned that was my 5-foot tall fudge ripple ice cream cone, try to, and I realize it doesn't enlarge on my site super well. Maybe I'll have to do that on my phone sometime for y'all, but or put it on a split screen or something. If you want to look at how I painted the fudge ripple, that is a super detailed, crazy area of my painting. You're gonna take a break with me and walk around. Okay, sounds good, Kiwi. Yeah, so I'm gonna take a break when the commercial starts, so that'll be in like 52 seconds. So yes, sounds good, Kiwi. I appreciate it. You're always making me hungry. Yeah, it feels good to just take a little bit of a break. But yes, if you get a chance to go see that and try to look at the fudge ripple, the actual ripple of the fudge. It was crazy detailed to paint all those little shapes, So again, abstract shapes, not ice cream. They just happen to come together and look like ice cream in the end, we hope. So anyway, but I can see the commercial's about to start. So I'm going to take a quick break and I will be back in a few minutes. I appreciate everybody hanging out. So thanks so much. I'll see you soon. Okay, I'm back. Thank you so much for waiting. I appreciate everybody who continued to hang out. And yeah, very nice to just take a few minutes just to walk around and get a drink and just get a little boost of energy. So okay, so let's keep trucking along here. I'm gonna grab just my small brush again, this one. And I'm gonna try to just take my brown for now, and this is my burnt umber. And I'm just gonna try to put some identifiers down here. Thank you, Flo. I actually got the papers taped down and colored. So productive, nice. I'm so glad. It's always a good feeling, huh? I'm glad to hear that. So I actually love that you're in here and working too, because there's quite a few people who have shared that they do that they come in and they're just working in the background. So I like to think of it as us all hanging out in one big studio together. And that's always kind of I don't know, kind of just a nice feeling to be among other creatives, right? So that we're all kind of working at the same time. So yeah, I'm just gonna try. I'm just gonna do my best today, right? So just gonna do my best to try to get some of these shapes blocked out on the actual cone. Body doubling. Yeah, I mentioned before, I've told it a few times, Flo, but I won a public art competition like way back in 2018, and I got to go and work in a studio space with a bunch of other artists, and it was just so nice to be around, not college age. Obviously, we're all like 30s and 40s, but but just so nice to be around lots of other artists and work together. We all had our own individual projects, but it was just nice to be in the studio space while everybody was working. So that's what I like to think of this is, at least in part, that we're all working on our own thing, or just enjoying being, among other creatives and listening in on the conversation. So. It was very different though. I remember thinking, when I went on that trip to do that project, because I had already been out of college for quite a long time, and then that was my first experience really being in like a studio space with other artists in so long. Yeah, and it was just like it just felt like a different world. It did. It felt like a different world. That's so cool. We have something similar around here. You can submit your portfolio to get a studio space for 8 months. Yeah, $250 a month rent. I'm a lot cheaper here. You can just hang out with me, and I won't charge you $250. So, yeah, there's some really nice spaces. There's one that I've mentioned before that's in Virginia, I think, that's called the Torpedo Factory. And I know they have lots of artists, that are renting space in there, and or at least they used to. I don't know if they do anymore. And in my home, there is one singular step, no stairs, a singular step. I proceeded to run up and down singular step for your entire break. Oh, Kiwi, you need a break from your break. My goodness. Well, it's good for you to stay so active. But yeah, the Torpedo Factory, it has like that, like that shared studio space, but I'm sure it's very expensive to do that. And that's, nowhere near me, but I like just being in my own little space. I mean, I enjoyed that experience of working with all of those other artists, but I like this. I like this, and I'm happy to, like chat with y'all. And I like peeking in on other artists on Twitch, but so that was good for like a short-term thing. I don't know if because, sometimes I work really late, or really weird hours. And so I just feel like I don't think that I would want to commit to a paid studio space that was outside of my home, because I would inevitably end up still having to work in my studio space at home, because that's just, that's just how I work, just how I do my schedule. And, sometimes if I'm working like late at night, I want to be able to obviously not ditch my husband for like the whole night. I like being able to get up and down, use your own bathroom, and grab snacks from your kitchen. Yeah, that's right. I felt special for those few days to do that, but I wouldn't want to do it forever. So it was nice it was nice for a special occasion, but to get to do that. But like I said, I think that Twitch kind of gives me that here, right? So yeah, Kiwi agrees. But Twitch kind of gives me that here, gives all of us that here. So we can pop into each other's studios and or living rooms or kitchens or wherever we work, and hang out for a little bit and just see what each other is doing. You miss the dorms with everything. Everything is within arm's reach. I don't miss living in dorms. I didn't like it. I did not. My first college that I went to, I lived in a dorm, and I don't know. It was all right. It's not my favorite thing. My second college that I went to, because I went to three undergraduate schools total before I, two in Pennsylvania and one in Florida. That was the one that I finished at. The second one I went to, we actually had like an apartment. It was like an on-campus apartment. They tried to put me in like it wasn't exactly a sorority, but it was like they tried to put me in a big house with like 12 seniors, and I was a sophomore, and I was really shy and quiet. And I remember that when I got there, I didn't know that that's where they were going to put me. And they were taking me around the building with my parents. And I welled up with tears. I started to cry. I was like, I don't want to stay in this house with all of these seniors. Like, why would I want to do that? And so then they got me an apartment that was there with just a separate part of the campus that was an apartment. And I only had 3 other roommates, and that was fine. And then when I moved to Florida, that was because I met my husband when I went on an internship to work at Disney World. And we got married. So then I didn't have any roommates, just him. So that was okay. Well, we did have roommates, I guess, the first period of time there, but then we moved out of that. So anyway, so yeah, just him. He's been my roommate for all these years. And you don't think you'd like it if you were anyone else living with it? Yeah, I understand. You have really great roommate and awesome suite mates. Yeah. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, I mean, it's different. You can have very nice people, but I wouldn't want to. I'm really glad I didn't have to live in that giant house with the 12 other girls. That was not my idea of fun. Maybe that's some people's idea of fun, but that was not my idea of fun. But when I did the public art thing and I won that competition, well, then they put me up at a fancy hotel. And so that was really nice. And I felt really special. And so that was nice. I had I had my own suite there. We literally met the year we moved in, and it just worked for some reason. That's really nice, Kiwi. That's really, really nice. If you can connect with somebody like that. And yeah, very, very nice. I think it's just, I've talked about this with, I think, QP in here before. I don't even love having like neighbors. So I would much rather live out in the middle of nowhere, honestly. Flo, when you went to college, we lived in the basement of a house. The gentleman upstairs was a retired school teacher with MS. My roommates were two sisters that always fought. I don't know what to say about that, but it doesn't sound pleasant. So yeah, it's there's advantages. There's things that are wonderful, right, about certain situations, and there's things that we look back on and say, you know, maybe that wasn't so great. So, but yeah, I would much prefer living in the middle of nowhere, honestly. No neighbors. That'd be my preference. I like my privacy, and so like I said, I'm grateful for the opportunity to come on Twitch and hang out with y'all, and that's very, very nice. I'm also grateful for the opportunity to be able to do my art from home. Even if I did enjoy that one, trip to work with all the other artists in person. That was very cool. I'm not knocking it. It was wonderful. I really loved it. But it's not something I want to do full time. So I go upstairs and get him to help quiz me on my anatomy studies. I was a paramedic student. Nice. Well, see, there's the upside of it then. There was the thing that you loved about it. Maybe not the sisters fighting, but at least you had somebody there who was willing to help you with your studies. So that was good. That's very cool that you did paramedic studies. Yeah, it's I certainly admire that because that's not a skill set that I have. That's right, Kiwi. That's not a skill set that I have, and to have the ability, not the actual knowledge, I don't have that either, but to have the ability to do that kind of a job, it's not something I could do. So I very much admire that, Plo, that you were able to do that. Did you end up doing that professionally? Oh yeah, that's right, Kiwi. I forgot you're a nursing student, right? Yeah, I had forgotten that. Yes, I'm sure Plo has some very good insights for you. 2 years about to write your exam and then found out you had cysts in and on your spinal cord. Oh my gosh. If I continued, I'd be injured within a few years. That was 20 years ago before hydraulic lifts. Oh, I'm so sorry, Plo. Wow. That's terrible. Um, I guess it's still probably wonderful knowledge to have, right? And I always think that any kind of learning experience is good for us. But I'm so sorry. Little things you remember, oh, for Kiwi, yeah, mnemonic sayings. That's always good. So yeah, this part here is very much just like drawing. I have very few little marks in here, really, that are telling me where to go, a few here and there. But I'm just kind of treating this like a drawing at this point. Just a drawing with my brown paint. It's actually gotten worse. Severely pinched nerve causing your left foot to be pins and needles, and I have foot drop. I'm not sure I know what foot drop is, actually. But I'm so sorry. Aw, Miss Kiwi's so sweet. And yeah, if pick your foot up properly, it drags on the ground. I'm so sorry, Plo. That's terrible. You know, I've mentioned in here before, and I love that you have the ability to make art. You can get your heel up, but the toes don't want to cooperate. Oh, I love that you can make art, because I think that for all of us, whenever life presents challenges, it's always really nice to be able to have something creative to lean into. See a neurosurgeon on August 5th, so hopefully you can get some answers. Well, I hope so. I will keep you in my thoughts, Plo. I am so sorry. And hopefully that neurosurgeon can help you out. But it is, you know, one reason why I always say that I hope that when, you know, people come in here, that you're comfortable just making art on your own during your time in here, or that, you know, maybe you'll be encouraged to try something different or new, or, you know, just have conversation with the other artists in the chat, because there's a lot of wonderful people who stop in here. And because I want everybody to be empowered to create something. And because I just think that life presents lots of challenges, right? And being creative gives us a wonderful way to deal with some of them just a little bit better. So while you've been spending a lot of time on the couch, you've also been able to do a lot of crocheting bags for our market in November. See, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. Oh, that's very kind, Kiwi. Yeah, so that's really good that you're finding ways to be creative during the time when you're having some struggles. So I'm very sorry, Plo, but I am glad that you're here, and I am glad that you're working on stuff and feeling comfortable doing that. So that is really nice. That is really nice and very encouraging. Very encouraging to know. But we will definitely all, I'm sure, keep you in our thoughts on August 5th for your neurosurgeon. So I'm gonna just shrink this down a little bit just so I can gauge where I'm at, because again, this is kind of a drawing stage. So, oh, sorry, Kiwi. Yeah. So sorry, Plo. So yeah, if I can just get these base shapes in here, I'm going to take a little bit of fresh brown paint. And I think I'm going to turn this on its side. It's a little bit hard to see all of this stuff because it really is a drawing. Thank you, Kiwi, for letting me know. Yes, again, very sorry, Plo, but but glad you're here. So but we can all hang out together. And we don't cost $250 to do it. So I hope that you all feel comfortable hanging out in here while we work. How do you keep your paints from drying out when you use acrylic? Oh, so I have a wet paper towel on my palette, and it's it's one of those select-a-size flow, and so I roll them up into, I don't know, what is this, like, it ends up being like 2.5 inches, probably two or 2.5 inches across. I roll them up so it fits perfectly into my palette. My palette is 12 by 16, and then I wring it out. So I wet it, wring it out, and then I only use heavy body acrylics on this. So yes, that is a trick that I learned in this book. Where is it? This book. Acrylics, the Watercolor Alternative by Charles Harrington. So yes, I try to explore different types of painting, even if it's not something that I'm exactly going to be using flow. And so I don't paint like watercolor style very much. I used to do a little bit like that, but yeah, did learn that trick. So I hope that works if you give that a shot. And this will actually keep my paints wet for 1 to 2 days, and I have a lid for my palette, and then the little acrylics that I mix up, if I need a specific color, I mix them up in these condiment cups, and then I can store these little cups in a Ziploc bag, and my paint will stay wet for like a month. So you've never used palettes, but never overly liked them. I would say I understand that. This one is a really simple one. I don't think it's super expensive. So what I do is, this is a Masterson Stay Wet palette, it's called. I have palette paper that fits in here. So if you can see, this is palette paper that I just put a new piece down every session, and then I put my paper towel down the left side that's been wet to store my paints. So they have different sizes of this. Like I said, this is 12 by 16, and I totally think it's worth the investment. So I don't know what I would do without this. It's the only way that I would be able to function, actually. But you know, I used to use, you know, like paper plates and all kinds of things. But yeah, I would give something like this a try. But definitely try the paper towel method, and you know, some kind of palette paper to be able to just roll it up at the end of the day. Again, I used to sometimes like just paint onto my palette and then scrape it off at the end of the day, but that's really a pain in the butt. So palette paper, definitely worth the investment. So, but yeah, if you're interested, I think they sell them on Amazon, and it's called a Masterson Stay Wet palette. So yeah, I've had this one. I mean, once you get one, I don't think you really need another one. So I've had this one for, you know, like 10 plus years. So. At some point too, and no one might be interested in this, and if nobody's interested in it, I won't show you how to do it. But I had talked about, you know, like mistakes that could happen when you damage a panel if you work on masonite like I do here. Sometimes I work on just straight wooden palettes, or wooden panels, sorry. Let me just see what Plo says. Might do something similar with your wet palette. It came with paper, but I hate the sponge underneath. What's a sponge doing underneath there? So I'll do it similar to how you're set up with the, and ditch the sponge for a paper towel. Yeah, try that. This is so much easier. Like I said, it will keep, it will keep the paint wet for a day or two. I can actually pour a little bit of water on it in the morning to keep it going. I don't want to get it to be like too runny, but it really does hold up. So yeah, I think you'll enjoy that method. Actually, I don't know, I wouldn't want to use the sponge. That's I've seen those before, but yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. But if anybody's interested to know, for any art nerds out there, how you fix a damaged palette or a damaged panel, I had to fix this one. And so I am happy to cover that process to explain that, because what happens is sometimes when companies ship panels to you, they will inevitably come damaged. And so I usually catch it, but I didn't catch it on that one until I went to paint my white background, that the corner had been damaged. And sometimes when the corners get damaged, they just are like a little, like the gesso. The gesso is this white stuff that's on here that makes the painting surface and seals the panel off. Sometimes you're taking a break and bugging y'all instead. Okay, Kiwi, well, you are welcome. You're welcome to do that. Sometimes the panels will come damaged just with the masonite chipped off. You can't look at the study guide anymore. I understand. Sometimes you need a break. You need a break, so you can certainly hang out with us. Yeah, sometimes the little corners will come just with the white stuff chipped off. And then in that case, you can just sand it a tiny bit and you can put gesso over it. But what happens, like on this panel over here, is that sometimes they get slammed into the corner when they're getting delivered, you know, and the shipment will bounce around. And so it actually kind of bends the masonite a little bit so that it kind of swells out on both sides. So again, that's a very specific thing, but if anybody's interested, then just ask me or ask me at another time, and I'll be happy to walk you through that process of how I fix those, because I used to think I had to throw the panels away because I couldn't figure out how to fix them. Sometimes I would try to request replacements from the companies when I would ship them, and yeah, and it just ended up being a pain. So I figured out how to fix them. And yeah, it's really not so terrible. But again, it's kind of a very specific thing. So, oh, Kiwi, you would like to know. Okay. So I'm just going to show you real quick on this one. So what happened was this little corner, and it looks much, much better now. Let's see if I can turn it around this way. So this little corner got slammed when it was being delivered. And so it made both sides of this masonite corner puff out. And sanding it really would not have worked. So what I did was, masonite has, you can put a little bit of water into it. You'd like to know, Tuplo? Okay. So this is just my process. I don't know if this is super scientific, but if you put a little bit of water into this, it will make things, the fibers in the masonite will swell. So what I do, and I just kind of figured this out by chance, is I put a little bit of water around this corner of the edge, and then I kind of wipe it off a little bit. I just want a little bit to absorb into there. And then I actually take my painting medium, this stuff, which is basically glue. It's like acrylic paint that doesn't have any tint to it. And then I put that over this, and again, like rub it in there and try to get the fibers to absorb that into it. Then I take, this is called glassine paper. So glassine paper is like a kind of a, don't use wax paper, but it's very similar to wax paper in terms of it not sticking to things. And so this is what we use a lot of time if we're going to wrap a painting so that it doesn't stick to the painting when you ship it. And I actually use a different kind of paper now in addition to this that's more like a, I don't even know what it's called. It sticks to absolutely nothing. It's like some space agey paper. So that's what I wrap my paintings in. And then I wrap the glassine around it, because the space agey paper, actually you can't even put tape on it. Nothing sticks to it. But anyway, so that's a super safe way to ship paintings. But yes, so I took the glassine, put it around this corner while that was wet, and then just took a tiny clamp and just clamped it very, very close to that edge corner. And so I did that twice actually. And so that looks almost right. And that, what it means is that acrylic medium, when it finally cures in there, it should hold it all together and make it totally stable. So hopefully that works if anybody goes out there and experiments with that. But yeah, I've had a lot of panels over the years that I've had to fix, and that is one way to kind of fix them. So water, medium, and clamps. And wooden panels, it's a little bit different. If you work on wooden panels, you can use either wood filler or you can use gesso or some combination of the two and kind of build things up, and usually in sandpaper, and fix it that way. But yeah, masonite, it's that was something I just had to figure out, because I was painting a lot of stuff on masonite, and it was like 1 out of every 3 panels that they shipped to me would be damaged. Sometimes you can, if you're ordering from a large company like a Blick Art Materials or something, sometimes you can put in the notes, please wrap the corners of the panels. I started doing that for a while, and they got much better at it. But sometimes I order my panels off of Amazon, and they do not. They do not wrap them. And those panels, that one that I fixed actually was from Blick, and it still came damaged. So like a couple of them out of, I think I ordered 8, and so like two or 3 of them were damaged in the corners. So just a good little trick to learn. But yeah, so anyway, worth experimenting with. See if you can save your art supplies, because it's always a shame if you think that you have to trash something because it's no good. Anyway, very specific. You've only ever painted on canvas. I actually can't paint on canvas. I am going to experiment with it, because I do have 2 linen canvases that I ordered a while back, and I would like to try to use them for something. But I use the masonite or the wood because I paint on really smooth surfaces. So this has like no, I'm gonna hold one of these up. So Plo, my pieces have like no texture, right? So the things are totally flat. And that's how I can get lots of details into the tiny pieces. So I think that canvas, I don't think I can get enough detail in there comfortably, at least in the way that I paint, because it's just too textured. Even like the smoothest canvas in the world is still too textured for me. So nothing wrong or right about either way, but just for me, that's just, yeah, it's not something I've never been comfortable with. I tried years ago, but I just couldn't do it. So, but like I said, I do have 2 panels that I ordered that you hate the texture of candles and it's turned you off from painting. Yeah, that's a thing, right? So I don't know, maybe you would like this. These are called gesso board. They're from a company called Ampersand, and they're not very expensive. So especially if you get like the small panels, if you wanted to just play around, something like this, like the 4x4. So it's called gesso board. Something like that. They're very inexpensive to get, like a little, a bunch of 4 of them. I think they come in sets of 4 for the little panels. So anyway, worth trying. If you have been turned off from painting because you don't like the texture of canvas, I think it'd be worth trying. But we're also going to try, I'm going to try in here to experiment with a couple other types of panels also produced from Ampersand, because I have extras laying around. And I do most of my work because I want to, I have a gallery that carries some of my work, and otherwise everything I do is ultimately something that I'm making for sale. But I do want to take a little bit of time and just kind of experiment with some materials in here. And so I thought that I might try, because there's something else from Ampersand called clay board, which is super smooth. It's like like glass smooth almost, and it is like a watercolor surface that you can use, or ink is what they prefer on clayboard, but you can use it for watercolor or you can use it for acrylic. And then there's also aqua board, which is more of a textured watercolor surface. So lots of things that are alternatives if you don't like painting on canvas. So, and I empathize, because I never liked painting on canvas. So done very, very few pieces on canvas, actually. But the linen panels that I ordered, I was like, when I was doing my really large paintings, because, you know, I said I did like the 5-foot tall ice cream, and I was trying to figure out if I would be able to go any bigger than that. And so I started exploring canvas, because my panels were too heavy to go any bigger than that. And so I came across these really expensive linen panels, and they were supposed to be super, super smooth. And I would say they're very smooth for canvas. They are, but they're still too smooth, still too rough for me. But I am going to give them a shot at some point here on the streams. I'm going to try anyway. We'll play around with it and see what happens. Since I have them sitting here anyway, I thought maybe when I did these little studies of these frosting swoops, these little things again, when I did these, I thought, well, they might look kind of cool, larger, and so I might experiment with one of those on a canvas. So you might have to get some. I know at one point you were looking at MDF board, but it seemed like a lot of work to get ready. Yeah, so think of ampersand as like they do all that for you. They do have some unfinished panels that you can get, but I never buy them. And so I would say if you're going to experiment with panels, the two best companies to go with, in my humble opinion, would be ampersand, which has like those 3 different types. So gesso board, and then clay board and aqua board. And then the other one is actually that I use for my wooden panels, my straight up wooden panels, is actually called American Easel. And so they sell directly through their website, as well as through like some major manufacturers like Blick and stuff, or major distributors like Blick. But and so those ones are really, really good if you get their pre-finished boards in particular. And then what I do is, for those, because I work so smooth, I actually I sand them even more, and then apply 1 or 2 coats of my own gesso on top of it to get them really, really smooth. So sometimes I get a little kooky with how smooth I like to paint, or how smooth I want my panels for painting. But yeah. Anyway, for the few bucks that you might have to spend to get some small ampersand gesso boards, it might be worth the experiment to see if you're a little happier with it. But again, you can also try the other 2. Those are definitely good to experiment with as well. You're Canadian, so you'll have to figure out a Canadian supplier. I am sure that ampersand is readily available. They're huge. They're a huge company, so I'm sure. Do you have Amazon in Canada? I don't actually. I should know this, but I don't. But like these last ones, those tiny ones, I just bought those off of Amazon. But they are still directly from ampersand. They have their own store on Amazon. So anyway, worth a shot. For a few bucks, it's worth a shot just to see. Ultimately, I think I'm glad that I didn't find a solution for going, there you go. Oh no, that's very expensive. Wow, a 3-pack of the 5x7s for $30. That feels very expensive, but maybe that's because you're in Canada. I don't know. So yeah, the 5x7s would be this size. So And yes, they do come in 3-packs. So, but that I don't know. Maybe my prices are off in my head. That feels very expensive to me. But anyway, worth experimenting if it will rekindle a love for painting for you to try something a little bit different. Yeah, everything's expensive. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. Yeah, I would say Kiwi. They've been my go-to. Like I said, I do like the American easel wooden panels. I've had some custom panels made over the years too, like that giant, the giant fudge ripple cone. That was from a custom panel that was made by a manufacturer in New York City, and then I had them delivered up here along with some other really big panels. But for most things, I've either used gesso board or the American easel panels. So, but the gesso board is definitely going to be the one that's going to make your life the easiest. So just ready-made, and you don't have to do anything to it. So, but again, the aqua board and the clay board, just different ways of applying the paint, but you can use them for a variety of mediums as well. So I'm sure one of those will definitely work for you. That's crazy. It's like $13 in the US. Yeah, that sounds better. So yeah, $13 versus $30. That's huge. That's a huge difference. How do they raise the price that much for Canada? Well, what is the exchange rate? I don't actually know. So I'm sure it's probably like a little off from that too. But yeah, it shouldn't be $30. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy expensive. All right, I'm gonna take a little bit more of my color that I mixed up, my background for the ice cream, and we're going to just mix a little bit more of that shadow color. I actually, I will say, you know, because Kiwi, I talked about the, what does it say? Was it US you were referring to? I don't know. Oh no, that was in Canadian dollars. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the exchange rate is. So I'm not sure. But I remember years ago that when I worked at the magazine, I got to interview not just artists, but sometimes the people who made the supplies. It's probably expensive because they have to get it across the border, probably. Yeah, but I'm sure there's another alternative that might be less expensive up there for you, Plo. So, but anyway, I do remember I talked to the guy who actually invented these panels. And so he was just an artist, and he actually started out by inventing the clay board, and Google says it's about $21 US. Okay. So they still up the price quite a bit, but that's a little more in line, I guess. But I thought it was really interesting because sometimes you think of like the art supplies being just developed by the manufacturers, right? But this one was interesting because Ampersand, it was just an artist. I believe he was an ink artist, and he developed the clay board for himself. And then, if I remember the story correctly, one of his neighbors was kind of an ambitious business person, as a woman, and she took a liking to it and said, "Do you want to go into business together?" And that's how they started with the company to develop all of these boards. So I just thought that was pretty neat, that it started out as an artist invented product. That actually happens a lot, that there's a lot of, more than you would think, that things are actually artist invented and then somebody at a company takes a liking to something. So so yeah, I think that that's really interesting actually. All right, I'm gonna blow this up a little bit and just try to get a little bit more of the shadow work done in here. I'm gonna use a slightly larger brush too. Just because that's what I'm feeling. I think am I gonna flip this? No, I'll just go ahead with it. We'll just do it like this. So we're just, again, gonna just try to draw, basically, with the brush. Just to put a few marks in here to indicate where some of these shadows on the ice cream will go. And every little bit helps. Every little bit gives us more information. And so I don't worry that I'm not totally accurate with all of this. I just try to get it as close as I can right now. And then I will refine things a bit more. But yeah, this I've said, you know, a few times today. This is really like my drawing. So you're going to step out tonight. Have a good day, everyone. Thank you so much for the stream. You're very kind, Kiwi. Thank you so much for stopping in. And I really appreciate it. And hopefully I'll see you soon. So I'll be back on Thursday if you want to stop back in anytime on Thursday. And I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you. Let's flip this back around. So I'm just going to come over here first, try to get a little bit more of this area done, just a little bit. And I'm not going to try to get all of these details in here. I just want to try to get some of them in, enough to go on. Okay, just a little bit in there. I think I'm probably just going to need to straight up flip this upside down to actually get it really good, or at least be able to identify these shapes. They are very complicated. I don't want to miss anything. But I think that this actually has, you know, just for roughing out the shapes. I mean, it might not look like much right now, right? But just for the sake of roughing out the shapes, like I kind of know where everything goes. So for me, that is, that's huge. For me, that will be huge when I come back to this on Thursday, to be able to roughly know where everything goes. So again, might not seem like much, but it's necessary for my part of the process anyway, for what works for me. Let's go ahead and put a little bit of a shadow right there, and I'm just gonna trim that out. With a little bit of medium. And again, I feel a little silly saying this, but I'm so excited to go out to my garden because I try to make it a habit. I planted my tomatoes in too small of a container because I have some of my stuff in the ground. I had to fix the ground because we have clay soil here, which stinks. So I've been amending the ground a bit at a time. And I have some stuff in containers, but I planted my tomatoes in too small of containers, and so they're it's going good, Cupie. They're huge. I have 3 tomato plants like almost tipping over in this container. And so what I found that I have to do is I almost have to treat them like hydroponic tomatoes. And so I have to go out and water them in the morning and at night. And so most of the other stuff I don't have to water every day, but I do have to water my tomatoes. But there's hundreds of them on there, hundreds of little cherry tomatoes, and they're green cherry tomatoes, like they're supposed to be green. They turn out greenish gold. But I'm so excited to go out there at the end of my session today because it just brings me a little bit of peace. And you know, I think I never set out to have a garden. I drew 3 tomato monsters, yes, and I have 6 more in the house, which is nuts. That are producing lots of tomatoes. Nothing has gotten ripe in the house yet, though, so we'll have to see. That's kind of an experiment. And so I never really like set out to do this like garden. That wasn't something that I particularly seemed to have an interest in a number of years ago. But I have found that it has been incredibly peaceful just to have a little garden and be able to grow some of my own food. And my grandpap, I mentioned him before, you know, he had an amazing garden that with a large yard, and it was sectioned off, and he grew like, I don't know how many dozen tomato plants every year, along with lots of other stuff. And he and my grandma would can vegetables every year, and we weren't supposed to bother them on canning day. Yes, my garlic ancestor, that's right. So his parents, actually his grandfather is the one who brought the garlic over from Italy when they immigrated many years ago, and kept it alive in the family for many years. We don't have it anymore, but he did keep it alive in the family for many years, and it was very, very good. And so he would grow tons of garlic, Doopy, and he would dry it out in his basement. It would be hanging from the ceiling. But you know, he was a World War II veteran. On that side, I thought so. Yeah. So he was a World War II veteran. And he never really talked about his time in the war. I know that he delivered tanks for Patton, for General Patton, but he was very young when he got drafted. He was like 18. And so I think it was a very traumatic time for him to be in the war. And so when he came back, he was a coal miner, and he had this beautiful garden, and I did not understand at the time what an escape that was for him to have that garden, because that was his baby. Like, that was the thing that he loved. He loved gardening. And, you know, he had a little workshop where he would do some wood crafts and things like that, but his garden, that was his piece. And I never understood that until probably this year, that just brings me such a sense of peace to go out and wander around in my little garden. And I don't even have that much that produces anything yet. You know, I have like 2 little apple trees that I'm cultivating that are a couple years old, but they won't produce for a while. And 3 little hazelnut trees that I started growing. And then all my little veggies. Your grandfather was in World War II also, and he was a farmer back home. Their thing was berries and cows, mostly for personal. Yeah, neat. I always think we seem to be related, QB, because we always seem to have a lot in our families and whatever that are seem to be very similar. But yeah, so I don't know. It gave me a sense of respite. It gives me something to look forward to, and that sounds really silly. And again, I never would have thought of myself in those shoes. I never really understood it until now. Yeah, I know, right? It is pretty crazy. So I don't think it sounds silly at all. Oh, well, thank you very much, QP. I appreciate that. You know, I've said my hope is that if I have some success with this, which I do think I'm having some success, then for anybody who's interested, I will be happy to share what I do, because it's been a real learning curve to figure this stuff out. It's not like you just plant the seeds and there it goes, because I have crappy soil, I have no sun, and it is a challenge to be out there. But then when it starts to work, you're like, oh my gosh, like all those little tricks that I figured out, or all those little, you know, things that I did this year that I didn't do last year, or vice versa. That's exciting to see that it works. So I think that it's a nice thing, a nice skill set to have for anybody, just to be able to grow a little bit. But yeah, hundreds and hundreds of cherry tomatoes out there right now, and 1 little zucchini, and a few little baby cucumbers, and lots of green beans and potatoes and all kinds of fun stuff. So, but I'm excited for next year, when hopefully my apple trees will start to take off and at least be able to produce for the first time. And any plans for the big tomato harvest? You know what? We just eat a lot of raw vegetables, so I think that we'll just eat them. So part of our dinner, but yeah, just part of our normal meals. I mean, I might be able to cook them into something, but we just eat a lot of raw vegetables. It seems like I would eat a lot of ice cream, right? But I really don't. I always say that I just eat a lot of vegetables mostly. I have gone through periods where I would say I'm mostly vegetarian. Sometimes I do eat a little bit here and there, but 90% of my diet is mostly vegetarian. That's fair. Some people do canning and whatnot. Yeah. If I had enough of them, maybe someday I would tackle that. But the canning thing scares me. Like, my grandparents had this big process where they would have like everything set up in the basement, and they would do it, like I said, nonstop for like a week and can everything. And then they had a separate little area in their basement where they stored all of their canned vegetables. But canning is very much a science, and like things can go really wrong. And I don't know if I'm prepared. So sounds like your mom's diet, basically. Yeah. So I mostly eat lots of vegetables and chickpeas and lentils and stuff like that. So, but anyway, so yeah, so I would like to learn the art of canning someday, maybe, if I'm really ambitious, but I'm just very nervous about it, honestly. I feel like I'd have to really learn from someone, not just watch a YouTube video. I'd want to learn that from somebody who really knows it. Yeah, canning is scary to me. Yeah, I feel like, maybe if they had taught me back in the day, but I didn't show any interest in that kind of thing when I was young, so I didn't want to know. She only does local farm-raised animal product when she does. Is that right? Yeah, that's yeah, I totally understand that. I mean, we try to eat pretty healthy overall. But, you know, it's yeah, I like to experiment with vegetarian meals. I make a lot of different things with chickpeas. So, um that's a thing that I have figured out how to do. You figured out where you can get masonite cheap, but you'd have to prep it yourself. You can do it. You can do it, Plo. But I guess for me, I just feel like the time that it takes me to do it, because you need to do like a minimum of probably 3 coats of gesso that you let dry and you sand in between. So if you feel like that is a feasible thing for you, then by all means you can do that. You can also use birch is the wood that I use. So when I buy the other wooden panels, because birch is very stable, and so you could do that. But yeah, with the masonite, you definitely want to make sure you prep it appropriately. There's resources you can find online for that to make sure you're doing it right, because it can lynch, stains can come through. So that's very cheap, but yeah, I'm sure there's a way. I'm sure there's a way to make it work. There's a way to make everything work. So you just want to make sure you take care of it in the way that is recommended for that. So, and I'm not an expert on that from preparing it from scratch. I think I did it back in college, but I don't know. I don't know if I don't think I'd feel comfortable telling you what I would do to it. When your mom was visiting me for a week, she was really craving black beans the whole time, and we kept having to buy more. Is that right? Well, you can do it, Plo. I don't want to tell you that you can't. I just want you to be aware that it's kind of a lot. It's like a lot of labor to do it right. So, so yeah, I mean, like I said, I tend to find a balance between things that I feel like are worth my prep time. Like I'll buy the panels from American Easel, and I will sand them back and put a couple coats of gesso on them because I like them to be really, really smooth. But only for specific pieces. So I don't know. It's just kind of a personal decision, what you feel comfortable with. And Kewpie, I like chickpeas so much. I make a lot of things from chickpeas. And I really like roasted chickpeas. Have you ever had roasted chickpeas? Like they get like a little bit crispy. Those are really, really good. So I like to make those and like put them on a salad. That's really, really good. Roasted in the oven, yeah. Yeah, good stuff. That's probably my favorite way. Sometimes I will make them, you know, like a curry, like something like that. But roasted, I think, is my favorite approach. All right, I think before it gets too late, I'm gonna call it a day because I'm talking about my garden. I want to go outside in my garden. So I appreciate everybody hanging out. This was pretty good. It's a little rough right now, but I have all my basic shapes in, and so I'm gonna come back on Thursday and we're gonna start to punch this up and start to bring it out a little bit more. My mom used to make those in kale chips all the time. You know, I make kale chips every day, Kewpie. Every day. My husband loves them. So I make them actually twice a day. Roasted in some kind of food bowl are your favorites. Is that right? Yeah. We like a lot of, we like to roast a lot of vegetables. So So yeah. But yeah, so I'm going to sign out. I am going to save this for Thursday. We're going to come back. I appreciate everybody who hung out with me. And thank you so much, Plo. It was really nice meeting you. I don't know if I educated you, but I hope I hope you got a little bit of information that maybe is useful for you. But yes, thank you so much. And I learned stuff from you as well. So I'm going to go back and research the term that you used. Tell me the term again, Plo. The the type of drawing that you did for your bookmarks. I'll just go look through the terms in the comments again if you've already gone. But anyway, thank you very much, QP, again, and I hope that you get your print soon. I don't know if it'll be there by Thursday or not, but I hope it'll get there soon. And for anybody else who's here, I'm gonna go ahead and raid somebody so that y'all can head somewhere else and enjoy somebody else's company tonight. So thank you again. Neurographic, thank you very much, Plo. I appreciate that. Yes, I will Google neurographic art because I am very, very curious. Yes, so again, thank you so much to everybody. Thank you for all of the followers. That's wonderful. I really appreciate it, and I'm so surprised. So very much appreciate it, and I will see you again on Thursday, okay? So have a wonderful night, everyone. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.